Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to have you all with us today for our conference on the role of the judiciary and international cooperation to foster safety of journalists. What works? Um, Good morning, but also good afternoon and good evening. We are having participants from all over the world to this conference, which shows the importance this issue is for this issue is gathering from different perspectives. We have more than 1,400 people enrolled to this conference. And we do believe that there are many things working. So that's why the main title is What Works. There are many initiatives, policies, good practices that are out there. And one of the main purposes of our dialogue today is precisely to underline and highlight what is working and how we can amplify the impact of those different, again, initiatives, activities, policies that are working related to the main topic of our conference today, the role of the judiciary, the judicial systems in international cooperation to foster press freedom and safety of journalists. But before we begin, let me offer to you some few housekeeping announcements. Please do ask questions through the Q&A functions in Zoom, or if you are watching this conference via YouTube, via our different channels in YouTube, you can use the comment section for that. We do welcome your questions that will be obviously later on distributed to our many interesting speakers throughout these 4 hours. In addition, for those experiencing this via Zoom, interpretation is available. So you have a little globe button, and then you can select the language of your preference. Please also tweet during those 4 hours your comments, your different expectations, what you think about what you are listening here. We are using the hashtags and impunity and press freedom for that. So please do tweet, share that, invite others to join us during the next 4 hours. I also want to underline that this meeting is being recorded and will be available later on it will be available in our YouTube channel, the UNESCO YouTube channel. So please also be aware that later on you can get back to these I'm sure there's very interesting discussions that we will have in the next 4 hours. So in the next 4 hours, the conference will aim at identifying challenges and good practices for judicial operators, namely judges, prosecutors, law enforcement officers, in investigating and prosecuting crimes against journalists at national, regional, and international level, with a particular interest in discussing the capacity building strategies that different players, not even those that are not directly related to this area of safety of journalists, are implementing out there. So to do so, we are going to build on some of the key recommendations of the Forum of Legal Actors launched on 9 December last year as part of the World Press Freedom Conference in The Hague, which already brought together judges, public prosecutors, lawyers, and other stakeholders from all over the world to strengthen the role of legal actors in promoting freedom of expression. This was the main purpose of this Forum of Legal Actors. So this conference is already a follow-up. We are building on the knowledge we shared and discussed in December. We had a very interesting closed discussion. So this one is an open one, but we are building on that knowledge that we already built last year. In addition, a special spotlight will be shed on the gender-specific and gender-based crimes against journalists and the particular challenges faced by women in finding justice. We are going to discuss the results, again, of some survey UNESCO is carrying on that, and with very, very interesting guests also to have that in-depth discussion. So I understand it's a long meeting for an online, 4 hours. So please grab your coffee, your tea. If you are already in lunchtime, like we are here in Central Europe, Europe time, grab your sandwich. But bear with us. We will have a wonderful line of speakers. I'm sure we'll have an intensive dialogue on in all those issues, and we also have some surprises for all of you. We are going to show some new tools we have prepared to this discussion, and also announcing some new possibilities of capacity building and training throughout those 4 hours. So we do hope we stay with us, or you invite more colleagues and others to join. Today's event is organized by UNESCO, the Freedom of Expression and Safety of Journalists section, and members of the group of friends on the safety of journalists at UNESCO. This is very special for us, this partnership with the group of friends. I would like first now to introduce myself, that I haven't done yet. This is very impolite of myself. My name is Guilherme Canella, and I'm the chief of the Freedom of Expression and Safety of Journalists section. And at the same time introduce Ambassador of Austria to UNESCO and the chair of the UNESCO Group of Friends.
Recording in progress.
Ambassador Claudia Heimprecht. And Ambassador, you heard we have more than 1,400 people registered, which shows the interest of this issue, the urgency of this issue, and it's my great pleasure to hand you the floor for these opening remarks. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Guilherme. I'm afraid I cannot start my video because it's been stopped by the moderator. Maybe you can unlog it. Okay, here we go. Yes, I hope now you can see me. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to work for some reason. Can you? All right. Okay, I'll talk anyway, even though I think you have difficulties, you cannot see me. Anyway, a warm welcome on behalf of the permanent delegations of Austria, Canada, Luxembourg, and the Netherlands, who are jointly together with UNESCO organizing this conference today. This is the third already in a series of conferences that members of the group of friends on the safety of journalists here in Paris have been organizing since 2017. The group of friends here in Paris and elsewhere is very committed to driving forward the implementation of the UN Plan of Action on the safety of journalists and the issue of impunity. In this context, the group of friends is deeply concerned about the high rates of impunity, as UNESCO reports have shown over the years. The primary responsibility for effectively investigating and prosecuting such crimes against journalists, lies with the judiciary. And this is why we hope that through this conference, an in-depth dialogue and a partnership with those actors will bring to light good practices and concrete solutions. As have been mentioned before, gender-based violence and the challenges of its judicial follow-up is of utmost importance and interest to us throughout the entire session. And this is all from my side. I thank you very much that you're participating in this great conference. And over to you, Guilherme. Thanks all for the excellent partnership. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, dear Ambassador. Sorry for the technical problems in the beginning, but after a few seconds, we were able to see you. We are actually being able to see you. Thank you for that. And for the support of Austria and the group of friends with this. And as you said, this conference is also possible to the general support of other member states, Canada, the Luxembourg, and the Kingdom of Netherlands. So we also thank you very much, all the other ambassadors that I'm sure that they are here listening to this, and we will start right away. Thank you so much, dear Ambassador Claudia. So the first session of this conference It's about the national responses to this. So we have a problem here. We have a problem of this interaction between rule of law and the safety of journalists and the protection of freedom of expression. As I said in the introduction, to end the cycle of violence, it's very important to tackle the challenge of ending impunity in crimes against journalists. And it's impossible to end impunity if we don't engage judicial operators, if we don't engage law enforcement, if we don't engage prosecutors, if we don't engage judges in this process to raise the possibility of implementing international standards where judicial decisions are being taken, and also to ensure more accountability in crimes against journalists and other elements and other areas of protecting and promoting freedom of expression, press freedom, and access to information. So for that, we have a very, very wonderful first panel of speakers to debate those issues with us during the next hour or so. So I'm being joined in this first part of our conference by Janet Manning. She is director of the Center for International Partnerships and Strategic Collaboration at NATGRI. She will explain to us what that means. And representative of the International Association of Prosecutors. Welcome, Janet. You are also joining this very early in DC time in Washington. We do thank you so much for that. And I'm sure you will say that we established last year a very, very exciting cooperation with the International Association of Prosecutors with very concrete results. Sometimes we sign cooperations and their concrete results take a while to start appearing, but in our case, we signed and 2 weeks later, the first results were appearing. So we are going to discuss a little bit of that. We will also have with us Ms. Roberta Solis. She is the Judicial Integrity Team Leader at UNODC's Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice Unit. As you all know, in the UN system family, UNODC is the UN member really dealing in more direct terms with the judicial operators. Roberta is doing a wonderful job on that with an incredible network of judges, chief justices, and high-level judges interacting with this. And I'm sure she will tell us more about that and how this can be a good practice that we can learn from. So welcome, Roberta. Thank you so much for being with us. We have another early bird with us, Prosecutor Ricardo Sanchez Perez del Pozo. He's speaking from Mexico City, also very early morning in Mexico. He is from the Special Prosecutor's Office for Attention to Crimes Committed Against Freedom of Expression in Mexico. It's a very unique experience of a prosecutor's office dedicated to fight crimes against journalists, and we'll be hearing from him that particular experience. Ricardo, thank you so much for you being with us. And we also have Ms. Yetnayet Desalegn. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. She is a representative of the Judicial Training Institute of Ethiopia. And this is also wonderful to have you with us because, as I said in the beginning, one of the key elements of this discussion is precisely how we can strengthen, foster, enhance the capacity building of judicial operators, particularly to implement international standards while they are taking decisions or carrying on investigations in crimes against journalists and other freedom of expression issues. So the prevailing impunity for crimes and attacks against journalists is a very concerning issue in all our societies. Affects freedom of expression, but also has impacts in the broader sense of rule of law. Not for other reason, when we are looking under the umbrella of the SDG 16, both issues are there: rule of law and freedom of expression and access to information and fighting corruption and enhancing transparency and fighting global organized crime. So those issues are completely interconnected. In many cases, there is a lack of political political will to properly investigate and prosecute crimes against journalists. But in other many cases, the judicial system is also lacking capacity to bring in prosecutors of attacks and crimes against journalists to justice. And this lacking of capacity sometimes is lack of human resources, of financial resources, of adequate training. So this is what we are going to discuss here today. So Janet, I would like to bring you first for this discussion. And the question is, you are representing the International Association of Prosecutors, as I mentioned when introducing you. We have recently developed these wonderful guidelines for prosecutors to investigate and prosecute crimes against journalists. By the way, those guidelines are already available in 6 languages, and very soon they will be available in extra 10 languages or so. So please look into that. I would like to ask you this particular question on how do you think that the challenges, how do you see what are the challenges to strengthen the capacity of the judiciary to investigate and prosecute crimes against journalists? So how we can strengthen this? What is your experience? What this partnership with UNESCO already tells you, and what you have done in the past also can show these good practices. And Roberta, later on, I would like you to jump in, and you have this wonderful experience in training this amazing network on issues of integrity, ethics, transparency of judicial systems. And how is your take here? You see that our overall problem here is this relationship, rule of law and freedom of expression, but what is your good practice tells us that are the main challenges in enhancing the capacity building alternatives and activities and initiatives for judicial operators. So Janet, maybe we start with you, and then we ask Roberta to jump in. Janet, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Guilherme. It's very nice to be here, and I want to thank everyone from UNESCO for allowing me to participate on behalf of the International Association of Prosecutors. And I think what you said in your introductory remarks, honestly, really addresses the issue head on. I believe that in my experience from having worked in a prosecutor's office and an attorney general office in my country's capital in Washington, D.C., and as well as in my current capacity, I serve as the director, as you said, for our international center. But as a representative of the International Association of Prosecutors, that particular organization, IAP for short, works with prosecutors globally in every continent in this world. And so in that experience, what I'm learning from working with IAP as well as working for the National Association of Attorneys General, that many people oftentimes believe that the challenges oftentimes are financial, where just prosecutor offices don't have sufficient resources. And although that is definitely that needs to be part of the conversation, in all honesty, many of the problems are much more basic than that. Oftentimes, one of the biggest challenges, and you address this, is actual capacity to address these cases. Having worked in a government office as an attorney, oftentimes we lack the resources, but we also lack the capacity to the extent that when you're a relatively new prosecutor, a lot of offices struggle with retaining staff. And so what happens is you're constantly having new staff come in and out, and therefore people having the ability to establish the expertise that oftentimes is needed to work on specialized cases. And so the first thing that I believe is actually having the ability to develop the knowledge that's necessary to actually handle these types of cases. When you're talking about impunity in terms of addressing crimes against journalists and journalist safety, oftentimes a lot of the individuals who are responsible for working on these cases, your investigators and your prosecutors, oftentimes are just not equipped with the necessary expertise to be able to properly handle them. Oftentimes these cases are very serious in nature, but they also have a lot of nuances. They also have a lot of intricacies that oftentimes your lower level and more senior prosecutors just are not equipped to handle them just because they lack the expertise. So that's one of the primary challenges, ensuring that prosecutors and investigators, as well as judges in many instances, have the necessary understanding and knowledge and foundational understanding of how to handle these cases appropriately and adequately. Secondly, I would say that dedicated resources is a huge challenge with respect to ensuring that impunity is no longer an issue and you can ensure freedom of expression. And by resources, I just don't mean monetary resources. Of course, that is critically important. You need adequate financial resources and a commitment from institutions and governments and prosecutorial offices and investigatory offices to ensure that you have the appropriate amount of money to be able to thoroughly investigate and prosecute these cases, because oftentimes these cases are not handled immediately. It usually requires a lot of investigation, a lot of conversations, developing relationships, developing your sources, and that takes time. And so in order to do that, you have to have adequate resources readily available and a shared commitment to ensure that these resources are available from a financial standpoint. But then in addition to that, not just financially, you need to ensure that you have resources with respect to actually having actual bodies, actual people, and to ensure continuity. And so I know my colleague here who works in Mexico will probably speak about his experience of having a specific unit dedicated to working on these cases. Oftentimes what happens is the work is spread across a broad spectrum of attorneys working on many different cases. And for these types of matters, oftentimes what usually works is those who are truly steeped in these cases, meaning this is what they specifically focus on. These are the only cases that they work on, so that they can develop an expertise and know how these cases are handled, and that they're in the offices long enough where once hired, they actually are there. They're committed to staying in the office. The office provides them the necessary support so that they can be retained, and you a core base of understanding and commitment. And so resources have to be developed and committed to ensuring that you maintain people. And I think that's the third challenge, and probably the most important out of all three, is you absolutely, as you noted, you have to have political will. Without political will, how else are these cases going to be handled? And so by that, we all know leadership starts at the top. And from that leadership, everything else flows from that. And so there would be a true commitment within offices if, in fact, nation states and governments ensured that this issue was, in fact, a sincere and honest, they took an honest and sincere approach to ensure that these cases are, in fact, a priority, and not just a priority within the judiciary and all the other judicial actors, such as prosecutors and investigators, but you have to have political will at the top. And so that means government officials at the highest levels have to constantly be before the public, ensuring and actually noting the importance of freedom of expression and maintaining rule of law. But there also has to be a sincere commitment that these cases are going to be taken seriously. And just sending that message at a bare minimum will change the conversation and will change the nature of how these cases are handled. And then within that as well, I would say, as part of my introductory comments with respect to the challenges, is that with that political will, we also have to be very sincere and honest that oftentimes there are challenges with respect to corruption, issues with respect to fear. A lot of individuals who work on these cases, your investigators and your prosecutors, you have the issue of the safety of a journalist, but then those who then work on these cases and might have a sincere commitment to bring about justice and to actually, in fact, address impunity and actually prosecute and thoroughly investigate these cases, there has to be political will to be honest, to have transparency, to have frank discussions about how individuals who then work on these cases need to be able to do so in a space where they feel safe physically, where they're protected, where resources are spent to ensure their safety, because we've seen instances where journalists have been harmed, but then subsequently individuals who then work on prosecuting those cases, oftentimes they themselves are then subjected to injury and to harm. And so you asked kind of as well, what could be done as a result of kind of those challenges that I raised? And I know we will have more time for discussion during the question and answer session and during this amazing conversation. and discussion that we're going to have. But I do just want to very quickly note that in order to combat those challenges that I raised, I think it's critically important to do three things. The first one being that we have to continue to raise awareness. And you're right, Guilherme, that I actually work for, as a representative of IAP, but I work for the National Association of Attorneys General based out of Washington, D.C. And we have a dedicated division to training, which is NAGTRI, which you referred to, the National Attorneys General Training and Research Institute. And we only exclusively focus on ensuring that we build capacity among attorneys globally within the United States and outside of the US to ensure that they're equipped to handle their job. And the International Association of Prosecutors does the same thing. They have a global training academy established so that they can better equip and ensure the rule of law by training attorneys. And so raising awareness happens in the form of training. It happens in the context of a forum such as this. We need to continue to collaborate. There needs to be cross-pollination where individuals from different backgrounds are actually working together, as we're doing in this partnership, talking to each other, ensuring that we recognize and bring attention to this issue. In addition to that, writing articles. I just actually wrote an article to bring attention nationally within the US and then outside of the US on these precise guidelines that have been drafted to ensure that individuals are aware that there are resources out there by which they can rely upon to strengthen their capacity to handle these cases. And then the training. Training is central, it is key. Oftentimes prosecutors feel like they oftentimes want to do an amazing job. Judges want to do a great job. Investigators want to do great work, but oftentimes are limited in their ability to actually adequately handle these matters because they don't have the foundational principles and understanding of how to properly handle these cases. So training is essential. And then lastly, and I think this is so important, oftentimes I believe judicial actors and various practitioners who do this work are truly committed in the spirit of trying to bring about change, but oftentimes we are operating in silos. We are oftentimes operating in our own space, and it is critically important that we learn to acclimate ourselves to operate outside of the comfortable parameters of working within our respective offices. So we, prosecutors, investigators, judges, we need to be in communication and in collaboration with one another. There needs to be cross-sector collaboration and conversation by building relationships such as the International Association of Prosecutors and UNESCO. That is critically important so that we are all aware, yes, we have individual respective responsibilities and mandates and roles, but it is also critically important that we're communicating so that we are all aware of understanding our respective roles, but then also simultaneously, how can we collaboratively work together and coordinate efforts to actually bring about change, substantive change, so that we can address impunity.
Thank you so much, Janet, for that. And Roberta, I guess that what Janet just said is music to your ears, right? Because your network is really going into those kind of keywords: cooperation, sustainability, training, raising awareness. But also, before Janet mentioned the last 3 points she made, she talked about transparency, integrity, in the issue of fighting corruption, also in the judicial systems. And this is exactly what you are doing. So please tell us how you see your good practices, your initiatives interacting and cross-fertilizing with the main topic of that we are discussing today. So over to you, dear Robert.
Thank you so much, dear Guilherme. It's a great pleasure to be with you, in particular, as we have collaboration dating now many years from our former positions in Brazil. So good afternoon, everyone, and also good morning, good evening. I'm Roberta Solis, the Judicial Integrity Team Leader at the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, which is the secretariat of the Global Judicial Integrity Network. The network was launched in 2018 as a platform for judges and judiciaries to identify and jointly address existing and emerging challenges to judicial integrity. So as mentioned, I will coincide with a lot of what Jeanette just said. And I think that we are all on the same page on this, because the judiciary plays a key role in ensuring the safety of journalists through the related court cases that it adjudicates, through upholding the rule of law and guaranteeing basic human rights such as access to justice and the right to a fair trial. In this sense, safeguarding judicial integrity and judicial independence and providing for the security of the judiciary can in turn also provide for the safety of journalists and help to ensure their right to a fair trial. However, there are various challenges to strengthening the capacity of judiciaries in adjudicating cases and in upholding and promoting the rule of law. And this refers to all cases, including those of attacks against journalists. So the Global Judicial Integrity Network has been working on a variety of these challenges, and I will name a few of them, although it might sound like a very long list already. So we work on issues such as judicial ethics training needs, the ethical use of social media, where we developed international guidelines on the use of social media by judges, now available in Portuguese, Spanish, Arabic, French, Chinese, Korean, and Russian on our website, but that also touch upon the institutional use of social media by judiciaries as ways to communicate with the public and the media. Countering gender-related judicial integrity issues. And on this, we have published a paper on gender issues in the judiciary, focusing on identifying the potential issues, for example, gender bias and discrimination, sexual harassment, and sextortion, and how judiciaries can address them through training and disciplinary mechanisms. And maybe linking this back to the specific topic of this session, this can also have a big impact on cases related to attacks to female journalists, as mentioned in the introduction by Guilherme. We also work on investigating judicial misconduct, on building capacity of judiciaries to investigate judicial misconduct. We have in particular published a guide on how to effectively draft and implement codes of judicial conduct. Another area is on improving judicial transparency and open justice, including the relationship between judiciaries and the media. And we are very happy that now we are also partnering with the IBA Human Rights Institute, and we'll have the deputy chair of the high-level panel on media freedom, Ms. Amal Clooney, speak at our session next week at the 14th UN Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice Congress on this topic, and on how the independence and freedom of the media also help reinforce judicial independence. I will also have the Honorable Chief Justice of Ethiopia at our session next week, so I'm also happy to share the panel with a representative from the judiciary of Ethiopia. Another area we work on is the use of artificial intelligence by the judiciaries, and we also work on the role of judicial immunity in safeguarding integrity and independence, and on the effects of corruption and organized crime in judicial independence and integrity. And this comprises work also on the safety of judges and their families. We are unfortunately seeing various attacks also to judges and their families, and these attacks are serious threats to the rule of law, as mentioned by Jeanette in her right now in her introductory remarks. It is very important, it's crucial, as mentioned, that the judges themselves also feel safe to adjudicate these cases with impartiality, with independence, with all the adequate guarantees that they deserve. So these are some of the topics that we have been working on, and I invite everyone to also visit our website, in which we have many additional resources, such as an online library with over 2,100 publications, a series of podcasts, webinars, and written opinion pieces, including on the challenges posed to judiciaries and to access to justice by the COVID-19 pandemic, which is also bringing a new host of challenges to judiciaries as they have to move procedures into the digital format. And as you can see, it is a very broad range of challenges that judiciaries face on a daily basis. ranging from basic infrastructure needs to understanding more state-of-the-art issues such as ethical implications of the use of artificial intelligence. And our work is based on the priorities that are identified by the participants of the network themselves, who are judges, judiciaries, and other justice sector stakeholders around the world. Speaking specifically about building capacity and judicial training, over the past 3 years, the network has been able to reach 220,000 people worldwide, as well as to provide direct capacity building to more than 5,000 people. In terms of training, our judicial ethics training tools have reached so far 6,700 judges and members of judiciaries around the world through our 66 training sites, which are jurisdictions all over the world committed to the implementation of the training tools. And these training tools are free, publicly available, and versatile resources aimed at providing both newly appointed and serving members of the judiciary with a solid understanding of the Bangalore principles of judicial conduct and the requirements for the implementation of Article 11 of the UN Convention Against Corruption. They also address some of the emerging challenges to judicial integrity, such as gender issues and the use of social media and others, and they provide capacity building to judicial trainers on how to also organize in-person workshops, now becoming virtual in-person workshops, that build upon the knowledge acquired through one of the other tools that we have, which is an e-learning or a self-directed course, the PDF version of the e-learning. So with the trainer's manual, we help judicial trainers build their capacity to organize in-person trainings that build on the knowledge acquired about the international standards, so they can bring this closer to the needs and the circumstances of their own jurisdictions. We believe that this is a very good practice in training because often judiciaries and other actors faced with trainings about international standards, they find it difficult to then translate those international standards into their own realities, into how exactly to apply them to the actual circumstances and specific needs of their institutions or organizations, and in this case, in the judiciary. So one of the key areas that we focus on is on building this type of capacity so that they understand how to bring the international standards to their realities. This has been having a very good impact and enabling various judiciaries to really improve their judicial ethics training, which, as mentioned, focus on all the core areas of judicial integrity, including transparency, confidence in the judiciary, community outreach, and the whole host of issues related to judicial ethics and conduct. So maybe I'll stop here for this first question and maybe add a bit more about the work of the network in the next round of questions. Thank you, Guilherme.
Thank you, Roberta. And the library that Roberta just mentioned about the Judicial Integrity Network also includes several of the UNESCO trainings for judicial operators that Roberta and her team gladly add to that. So we are really trying here to strengthen interagency cooperation for that. And I'm really glad also to hear that the forthcoming UN Crime Congress will actually include this discussion about the safety of journalists and with Amal Clooney. Actually, the next panel, we will have another person connected with the high-level panel on freedom, media freedom, Baroness Kennedy. So indeed, we are doing our best here to increase our cooperation and cross-fertilization, as Janet also mentioned. So, dear Roberta, dear Janet, thank you for this first warming up questions. I remind everyone that you can send your questions through the Zoom Q&A box and also via YouTube, please do. Also remind that we are using the hashtags and impunity and press freedom today if you want to comment what is going on here. The next speaker will speak in Spanish. So for those who are using English, you do have the globe for the interpretation. So I will also switch to Spanish now. Ricardo Sánchez Pérez del Pozo.
Ricardo Sanchez Peros del Pozo, as I mentioned at the beginning of this conference, is the coordinator of a special unit of prosecutors who investigate crimes and seek justice in situations of crime against freedom of expression. Journalists, for example. Ricardo leads a team of 18 prosecutors. This is an institution that is quite unusual. So I think it's very useful for us to hear from Ricardo today, to share his experience in Mexico, and also to tell us about the challenges of having a special unit and setting it up. So Ricardo, this is a first warm-up question. Could you tell us what your experience has been of these years in setting up this unit? What are the best practices you could share with us? And what could be learned from you by other countries that are listening today? Thank you. Thank you very much, Guillermo. Well, Mexico is a large country with a complex situation where violence is a daily occurrence, different forms of violence, organized crime, for example, in different areas of the country with different characteristics. It's different depending on the north or the south of the country. There are situations where journalists are often attacked, serious crimes against journalists, and there's also a lack of recognition in the country regarding the freedom of expression and its importance. But another aspect that's very important to highlight is this situation between public officials and journalists, in which public officials, such as policemen or policewomen, sometimes end up perpetrating these types of attacks against journalists. So this is a very complex reality, with lots of sub-regions in the country, with lots of different situations. For example, in the north of the country, there's the presence of organized crime groups, and there's a lot of links between journalists and organized crime. So this situation is different compared to the south of the country, where organized crime links with journalists and local officials' links with journalists are different. So there are many challenges and many complexities to take into account to address these issues. It would seem that the best idea would be to set up a special unit, but of course there are complexities involved with this. There's a unit in the city of Mexico, for example, who looks into specific crimes committed in the city of Mexico. But there needs to be coordination in order to have reliable information on the situation. So we've set out several different strategies which have allowed us to increase the number of cases that can be brought to the judiciary. In the past 3 years, the office that I am honored to lead has prosecuted over 200 people for crimes against journalists. And it must be noted that 130 of those people were public officials when the crime was committed. In 30 cases, there were cases of torture, there were homicides also, which have a very high impact on society. And therefore, we've always had to prioritize which cases would be best for sending a strong message against impunity, putting an end to it, and identifying which cases are crimes which journalists denounce the most in our country. The most common threat, the most common offense against journalists is threats. So there are all of these different kinds of offenses, but we have to identify what the issue is and then create specialized structures to address these issues. We now have we have 3 years experience in our analysis unit who is dedicated to analyzing the work of journalists who have been attacked. So using investigative measures, but particularly looking into what has been happening 6 months or 1 year prior to the attack, what the journalist was writing about, what the journalist was working on, and identifying the work that the journalists were carried out in a scientific and analytical manner allows us to more easily identify the motive of the attack. And this is essential in order to prosecute the perpetrators and to understand what made the attacker perpetrate this offense. And this also means that we have to take into account the social, economic, political context of wherever the offense was committed, so that we can identify potential suspects, persons who could have a motive against these journalists. And this means that our analysis is much more specific than general investigative measures. So all of this has been important in achieving good results, because this can be used as evidence within the prosecution process. We can have witnesses who can help us understand what circumstances these journalists were working in, and better help us to better understand the motives that could have led someone to perpetrate an attack against the journalists. And later on, I'll talk about some cases in which we've been able to be successful in our prosecution. For example, in northern Mexico, Miroslava Breach, who was an excellent journalist, was murdered in 2017. And our work allowed us to identify what specifically, which work she was carrying out as a journalist about how there had been an infiltration of organized crime in politics in certain spheres of the area that she was living in. And so this brought us to to establish a link with the potential perpetrators of this act. So we were able to issue warrants against the perpetrators of this attack, and also those who actually executed the crime and those who planned it, and also all of those who helped the group commit this crime. And these were people who had ties to the public sphere. So we were able to prosecute these people who had helped the organized crime groups to perpetrate this crime. So we really looked into all of the different levels, from those who ordered the crime to be committed, those who executed it, and those who helped. And this has been very important. And the analysis was extremely vital in this case. And there are other examples of cases in which we've been able to solve crimes. For example, in recent weeks, we launched proceedings against someone who was a governor of a state in Mexico for the crime of torture against a journalist, because the journalist had published a book denouncing sexual abuse in which some state authorities had helped cover up a group of abusers. And therefore, through our analysis work, we were able to establish a chain of order of 10 people from the highest level, so the governor of the state, to the police officer who perpetrated the attack. And as Guillermo mentioned, we've been carrying out work with the Prosecutors Association. Extradition is extremely important in these cases, because in some cases we have to bring in people from abroad so that they can testify in these cases. But in any case, we have been able to prosecute 200 people thanks to this analysis work and our prosecution work. We've been training our officials. This is essential. We've set up a training system which is very specific and precise when it comes to the characteristics of investigating crime against journalists. And this has allowed us to improve the productivity of our prosecutors. Mexico has a great deal of challenges ahead. The complexity of the situation on the ground is huge. But thanks to these methodologies and best practices, we've been able to improve the capacities of our prosecutors and also to be more effective. In 2015 or 2016, the unit only had around a 20% effectiveness rate in terms of the cases that were brought to court. And now we're looking at around a 95% effectiveness rate in terms of prosecuting those who are charged with these offences. So this has really shown that we've been able to improve the situation. It's been a long-term process, but I believe that these tools have been essential. Having a specialized unit for each different situation. There's a unit specialized in the crime of threats, which seems like a minor crime, but it's actually the most common form of attack against journalists. So in working together, we're able to send a strong message against impunity. So that was what I wanted to say in opening, and I'll leave the floor to the next speakers. Thank you. Well, you've actually already answered some of the questions that are arriving in the chat box. One was asking about the difficulty in prosecuting and seeking justice when it comes to those who commissioned the crimes, the masterminds of the crimes, if you will. And other people were asking about the units, the prosecution units and the methods and tools that were used. So you've talked a bit about these tools, and lots of people have been saying, well, this conference is very interesting, but it's a very long conference. So how could we have more information about this? Well, Ricardo actually contributed to the guidelines that UNESCO and the Prosecution Association recently launched. And a lot of this methodology is actually present in these guidelines. And I see that my colleagues have posted a link to it in the chat. So our viewers can also download this document so that they can have a look at these methodologies, which are already highlighted in this document, in which to which Ricardo contributed. So thank you very much, Ricardo, and we'll come back to you later on.
And invite Yetnet to join us. And you heard Yetnet, Ricardo just mentioned, as the others, the importance of training, the importance of capacity building for tackling those challenges. You are precisely representing a judicial training institution in Ethiopia. And I would like to hear from you, what is your view about those challenges? How we can make, Jeanette also talked about sustainability of all of these. And when we involve the national institutions of training judges or prosecutors, somehow we are also supporting the issue of sustainability, because if judges are training in service and pre-service on those issues, this can create a good wave to the future in terms of incorporating these complex issues in the future decisions. So what is your take here? What are the challenges and how we can improve the capacity building of judicial operators on those issues? Welcome, and over to you.
Thank you, Gary. I am Yetnet from the Justice and Legal Research Institute and Training Institute. First, before I go to the challenge, I would like to mention some points, the Institute's objectives. One of the major objectives, as you mentioned, is the capacity building program we have for the judiciary. We provide trainings that can equip them with the necessary knowledge and skills. With this objective, we have two programs. One is pre-service. It is designed for future judges, and the other is on-job training. The objective is mostly to inform the judges about newly enacted laws and refreshment of older legislations. With this objective, we have been providing trainings for the judiciary. When I come to your question, I would say one big challenge is that we don't have a different training module prepared for human rights, which in my opinion shows that we paid less attention to human rights. We have been providing trainings on human rights mostly for police and prison administration officers, but not judges. One of the reasons they say would be when we send need assessment to the judiciary, they usually request trainings on procedural laws, not human rights. I think that's one limitation. The other limitation is that we don't have access to standards set by international human rights oversight bodies, especially in local language. The other would be we don't have materials describing best practices regarding freedom of expression and related human rights issues. I would mention the other would be lack of discussion forums for judges with journalists, media associations, and international organizations working on freedom of expression. And the other, I would say, lack of effective and regular collaboration with the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission, so that this commission will provide trainings for the judges. These are, I would say, challenges faced by our institute. The other question was, how can we train this judiciary? One, I would say, would be build institutional capacity to develop and update materials on human rights, including freedom of expression. We have to come up with a specific session on freedom of expression that would require us to revise the curriculum, provide on-job trainings regularly, provided that we cover specific thematic human rights areas or issues. The other important point would be forge relationships with human rights adjudicating bodies, journalists and media associations, so our judiciary can share experiences and also get information about international standards. My last point would be create formal relationship with the judicial training institutions from other countries. And I think this forum will help our institute to do that. These are the challenges I would say our institute faces.
Thank you so much. And I guess you also replied some of the questions that we are getting in the Q&A box, because some people are actually asking about this importance of incorporating the international standards on freedom of expression or the international human rights standards in the training of national judges and other judicial operators. And I think this is also part of this idea here of cooperating and how we can share this knowledge. So thank you so much. I will be back to you with more questions in the second part of this. But indeed, one of the we have many questions in the Q&A on what UNESCO can do for some specific particular regions, like the MENA region. So several of our materials and this conference is also being interpreted in Arabic. We are trying to offer them also in Arabic language. My colleagues here can not only post in the chat these recently guidelines for prosecutors that are also available in Arabic, for instance, in many other languages, as I said, but we last year launched specific guidelines for judicial operators in dealing with the issues raised by the pandemic. Those guidelines are also available in many languages, including Arabic. So please do access them. And we are going to launch now a global MOOC for judicial operators in those issues with Oxford University. Will be initially launched in English, but during the year will be available in many languages. And this is based on a very successful UNESCO initiative that have already engaged more than 17,000 judicial operators from more than 60 countries. And we are now going to watch a video about this forthcoming activity. Kate O'Regan, a former justice from South Africa and currently the director of the Bonavero Institute of Human Rights of the University of Oxford, with whom we are partnering for this MOOC, have a message for us on that. So please, can we show the video of Professor O'Regan?
Hello, my name is Kate O'Regan, and I'm the director of the Bonavero Institute of Human Rights at the University of Oxford. The Bonavero Institute is a relatively new institute, having only opened its doors 3 years ago in October 2017. We have a wide range of research programs at the Bonavero Institute, one of which relates to freedom of speech. We also seek to build strong links between practitioners working in the broad fields of human rights, the rule of law, constitutionalism, democracy, international law, and scholars working in those fields. In the area of freedom of speech, one of our main programs is the Monroe E. Price Media Law Moot, which is a global moot and runs annually. We hold 8 different regional rounds in different parts of the world, and a final set of rounds in Oxford in April, COVID permitting. We're very excited to say that we're about to start on a new program in partnership with UNESCO. That program will be running a massive online open course on freedom of expression, and we plan it to be running this year between mid-April and mid-May. The MOOC, that's a massive online open course, is targeted at practitioners and judicial officers working in the field of freedom of expression. But in it we would include ombudspersons, people who are working for human rights commissions, prosecutors, people who need to understand the international law of freedom of speech in their daily lives. The MOOC will be divided into 4 parts. In the first, we will look at international law and regional law safeguards for freedom of expression, how they're applied and used in international law and regional law. Secondly, we'll be looking at the issue of public access to information. Thirdly, we'll be looking at a matter which is of great concern to us all, and that is the safety of journalists. And finally, we'll be looking at the questions of that arise from the digital world for freedom of speech. We have a wonderful array of experts in freedom of speech who are going to contribute to the MOOC. So I warmly invite you to register and participate in the MOOC and to tell any of your colleagues who work in the field of freedom of speech about it. We're hoping to be able to get a really global representation of people working in the field and to deepen our understanding of freedom of expression around the world. You'll be able to find more about registering for the MOOC on our website or from UNESCO, so please go ahead and do that. In the meantime, may I say I'm sorry not to be able to be with you today, but to wish you well for your conference and to hope that our paths may cross sometime soon. Meanwhile, keep well and keep safe during this difficult time. Bye now.
So thank you, Kate, for that. All the people registered for this conference will be receiving soon more information about the MOOC as soon as registration is open. And as Kate just said, we will welcome you to join us in this new initiative. And please, we are inviting you not just to take the MOOC as a student, but actually as contributors to share your views. How do you think we can improve? Because this is a process and we want to make this each time better. So now I'm going to move to a last question to the panel. I will really ask you, all my fellow panelists, to keep short in this one before we also take some questions from the audience. Although you, as I said, you started already replying to some of the questions we received. But you saw that we discussed here as a main issue a few elements. One of them is capacity building of judicial operators. The other is the challenges in prosecuting crimes against journalists. But those two are connected to a broader issue, that is the issue of protecting rule of law. For instance, there are some questions on the chat about the importance of an independent judiciary and an independent prosecution service to actually guarantee this protection and promotion of press freedom, freedom of expression, and the fighting impunity against crimes against journalists. So I will ask you on those three main topics, and then you choose which one you can comment. If you have the power to really select and prioritize one aspect, what would you do tomorrow? What do you think is really relevant and it's a path for changing things quicker in those three big areas: capacity building, prosecuting the crimes, and strengthening rule of law? So may I start with you again, Janet, on this question? Please, let's try to keep short this first answer so that we can get more questions from the audience. Over to you, Janet.
Thank you very much. And I actually can keep this very short because I think we all have said it. Out of all of those that you mentioned, I really do believe capacity building is critically important. Again, I would just reiterate the fact that oftentimes a lot of practitioners have very good intentions and they want to make a difference and they want to do a good job. You know, one of the amazing opportunities I've had in my ability with the work that I currently do is to go into other countries and actually conduct technical assistance programs and to assess the needs within prosecutorial offices throughout different parts of the world. And every single time that I've had the opportunity to travel to one country in particular that struggles significantly with this issue is those on the ground who work in the prosecutor offices, and I've met with judges as well to try to come up with a comprehensive plan to address capacity building. I have never once in my experience met a group who were not interested in making a difference, because we all live in these communities. We want to ensure safety for ourselves. We want to protect freedom of expression. We want to protect rule of law. But a lot of times what I've seen and what we see with the International Association of Prosecutors, and we try to create a forum to address this, is capacity building. And the best way to build capacity is in a forum such as this, but collaboration. I cannot stress that enough, how important it is that oftentimes success is not accomplished individually. It doesn't happen when we only operate in silos, when we stay within our respective spaces. We absolutely have to collaborate. We have to coordinate. We have to share information. We have to have aligned goals and objectives. And then we have to communicate across the board. You've mentioned this repeatedly with cross-fertilization and, as I say, cross-pollination. We have to make sure that all the critical stakeholders and actors who can bring about change and make a significant difference are in the room talking together to understand what each group is struggling with and challenged with, so that we can come up with solutions that benefit all. And so capacity building is key, and we do that through training, raising awareness, and communicating and collaborating.
Thank you. Thank you, Janet.
I hope that was short enough.
Yeah, super. No, and straight to the point. And again, the issue of collaboration and cooperation, as many things in life, is easy to say, is not that easy to accomplish. No, it's a process. So this is part of it. We really need to find that, and knowing that the institutions like UNESCO, but also like the International Association of Prosecutors, are open to that collaboration. We have many questions in the chat about that. So please reach out to us. We won't be able to take all the questions, but we are glad to see how we can cooperate more and collaborate more. Roberta, can you please add your 2 cents here? Thank you, Janet.
Thank you. Thank you, Guilherme. Yes, I will maybe refer back to one of the areas of work of the Global Judicial Integrity Network, which is on promoting open justice and judicial transparency. Part of this work has been to also discuss the relationship between the media and the judiciary, since this relationship can be often complicated and contentious itself. However, there are many opportunities for collaboration between the two, and as their work is really interrelated. Perhaps in addition to capacity building focused directly on judicial integrity and the core judicial integrity issues, a better understanding of the role of the media by the judiciary as an actor to foster the rule of law would also contribute to ensuring the safety of journalists. At the recent International Anti-Corruption Conference last December, the network organized an event on judicial transparency, which included a discussion on how to build good relationships with the media for court reporting. The work of the media also ensures that justice is understandable and accessible to the public. This is fundamental to the legitimacy of the judiciary. And so the judiciary should strengthen this relationship with journalists to promote judicial transparency and help increase public confidence in the judiciary. Trust and strong working relationships between these two actors will ensure, at a minimum, that accurate information about the work of the courts is being communicated to dedicated channels. But beyond this, the judiciary and the media can seek innovative ways to further their shared goal of serving the public. As mentioned before, there are countless challenges to capacity building in the judiciary, whether it is towards preventing corruption or promoting judicial integrity. And some good practices we have identified through our network refer to making judicial training a priority with adequate resources. And also, as mentioned, this doesn't refer just to financial resources, to providing training that is multidisciplinary and that engages different actors when addressing different areas of knowledge. So in the context of improving the relationship between judiciaries and the media, one way forward might be for judiciaries to include media experts or even journalists in judicial training activities. So we have seen from our work on this topic how creating either also public information offices or other departments or units within the judiciary that are tasked with communicating with the media also increases the capacity of judiciaries to better communicate with the public. So overall, open justice and judicial transparency are very good practices to promote judicial integrity, strengthen the rule of law, and increase confidence in the justice system. And these activities, these are all activities that can create positive synergies and feedback. It is undeniable that if the media understands court procedures better, it can better report on cases. And if judiciaries better understand the needs of the media and journalists, this can also contribute to better understanding how the attacks against journalists occur, which can help improve their capacity to adjudicate such cases. I think in addition to everything that has been said, it is very important that the judiciary and the media look at each other as allies in this process. It would not be very hard to imagine as well that some of the attacks that journalists face might be similar to attacks that judges face themselves, whether they are online attacks or physical attacks, and that these might come from similar sources such as corruption and organized crime groups. This was also another topic of one of our webinars on the margins of the Conference of the States Parties to the UN Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime, and also part of our work with the UN Special Rapporteur on the independence of judges and lawyers. There are concerted attacks against judges and the judiciary. There are also part of the overall concerted attacks to the rule of law and thus to journalists. So understanding also the linkages between these threats could be a very powerful tool in addressing the attacks against journalists and attacks against rule of law. So I believe that also conferences like this and the meetings organized by the Global Judicial Integrity Network are crucial to promote the debate, increase the understanding of the threats and attacks to journalists, to judges, and also to their families, and ultimately to the rule of law, and to collectively build responses to these challenges. I think many have mentioned this already, that it has to be a collective effort for this to work out. We can continue to have each actor working on their own, working with only their internal resources and capacities. It is really necessary to foster, as the name of this conference mentions, international cooperation to address these challenges. So maybe we can continue now with in the Q&A with some of these topics. And thank you so much, Guilherme.
Thank you, and I'm glad that you are already replying, all of you, different questions arriving in the Q&A. For instance, there are different questions about open justice, transparency, and how this is connected with our main topics today, and you just underlined that, so thank you so much. And there are specific questions for you panelists, and for you, Roberta, for Ricardo, so if you can take some time later on, because I won't be able to take all those questions to interact with those participants, because they are asking very specific questions about your programs and your experience, that would be fantastic as well. So thank you so much. Ricardo, ahora contigo en tus dos minutos.
And now, can you take a couple of minutes and tell us, on the basis of the three challenges I mentioned, the different items that you wanted to address? Well, I think that without capacity, without a structured capacity in an office devoted to that, you're not going to achieve any of the other 2 points. That's really the foundation for everything. But in order not to repeat what was already said, let me add that the capacity needs to be built in various places, not just prosecutors and judges, but there should also be training of society on freedom of expression. It's a much broader field. If society understands the relationship between the work of journalists and democracy, the situation will improve. And the journalists themselves need training in order to have a sense of professional integrity so they can perform their work more professionally and avoid conflicts that can be avoided. So therefore, I think that training must address those three different areas, not just the authorities, those are the most important ones to be trained, but the training should also address others if we're to guarantee respect for the work of journalists. And if the work of journalists is ethical, that will improve the protection to many journalists. If we can do away with impunity and have people stand trial, and at the same time we can train different journalists associations, I think we could substantially decrease aggressions against journalists. Of course, this would depend on the specific situation in each country, but I think this is what's really essential. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ricardo.
Now, Nayet, do you want to add here on these three main points? What do you think should be strengthened and enhanced or prioritized? Please go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Jeremy. I have tried to raise some points during the first session. Most importantly, I think what we should do is forge relationship with human rights adjudicating bodies. That would be really important so that our judges can share international experiences, and creating formal relationship with judicial training institutes will also help us. But I want to raise one very important point. I would say we should do depoliticizing the justice sector, especially the judiciary, and improve the checking capacity of the judiciary over the executive branch is important in my country. As it is a news in my country that when prisoners report torture in the court fails to order further investigation. So I think we should build their capacity in thematic human rights areas so that they can question and investigate and control the executive branch of the government. So I think we should upgrade the institute's capacity to train these judiciary actors and create platform for the justice sector to share experiences, international experiences and best practices, especially concerning freedom of expression.
Thank you so much. And with that, you also have replied to different questions we are receiving in the chat about independence of the judiciary, but also accountability of the different actors and players and stakeholders in the system. And this is a very good point in terms of platforms for knowledge sharing. Maybe my colleagues can post in the different chats here in the Zoom and in the YouTube, for instance, the platform for sharing good jurisprudence in the area of freedom of expression, access to information, and safety of journalists that has been built by Columbia University with the support of UNESCO. And I do think this is a very also interesting, already an interesting tool that is available for judicial actors all over the world in terms of jurisprudence out there. So this was a super great discussion. We have very interesting questions on the Q&A that unfortunately I won't be able to address all of them. There are questions about the particular challenges in protecting rural journalists and journalists operating in the countryside. I'm sure Ricardo can offer interesting insights for that. Questions about how to, what the importance of explaining better judicial decisions, or this is very much related to access to information that Roberta mentioned, but maybe she can also add some ideas for that in the chat for those asking questions about the importance of monitoring and with the statistics and how this can help the work of prosecutors and judges. Questions about the role of investigative journalists in investigating crimes against journalists. This is another very important point. There are different initiatives on that. So we could keep talking a lot, and I'm sure the next moderator, my dear friend Guy Berger, can also take some of those ideas to the next panel that will be obviously discussing very, very interesting and similar topics to this. So I would like very much to thank my dear panelists here, Janet, Ricardo, Roberta. I was not able to pronounce correctly yet, I guess, Nayet's name. I hope this is better now. It was a wonderful discussion. I myself have learned a lot. Thank you so much. And particularly, I would thank especially Janet and Ricardo, who woke up very early in their time zones to join us. And before handling to my dear colleague Guy Berger for the next session, as I said, we have a couple of surprises for you during this conference. And we are inaugurating here a new series of videos that the Freedom of Expression and Safety of Journalists section in UNESCO will be offering and producing throughout this year, that are explainers about some of the key issues that we are facing. One of them is the impunity in crimes against journalists. So before ending this session, I would ask my colleagues to present this video, this explainer on the issue of impunity in crimes against journalists. So please, Oscar and others, could you webcast the video?
These are journalists. Your perception of them might be positive or negative, depending on your view. But have you considered that they are protecting your right to public information? The information we receive shapes our world. But imagine if those who protect our access to it are removed by people who want to prevent certain information becoming public. What world would that shape? In 2010, 2 young journalists working as interns for a local Mexican newspaper were sitting in a parked car outside of a mall when gunmen opened fire, killing 21-year-old Luis Carlos Santiago Orozco and severely injuring his 18-year-old colleague. The perpetrators fled, but the operation was indicative of a drug cartel score settling. The cartel's target was the newspaper the victims worked for because, unlike some other media agencies in the city, their newspaper had still been reporting on drug war-related crimes. However, this was the second killing of one of its journalists in 2 years, which led the newspaper to respond with a front-page editorial addressing the cartels. In it, they directly asked them what they should be publishing to avoid further death, injury, and intimidation of its staff. This is how a zone of silence begins, where reporting is no longer independent but controlled by those with power, like drug lords, corrupt officials, businessmen, and politicians. A zone where people cannot access information freely because journalists feel too threatened to report the news. Crimes against journalists are not just limited to a handful of countries. They occur anywhere where the powerful and corrupt want to hide the truth. That means in almost every country, attacks against journalists are committed, including harassment, intimidation, arbitrary imprisonment, kidnappings, violent attacks, and murder. Since 1993, 1,438 journalists have been killed, but the more shocking fact is that for every 10 cases of journalists murdered, only 1 ends in successful prosecution of the perpetrators. These killings include those dying while reporting armed conflict, but the majority are killed in countries without armed conflict, where journalists are uncovering local stories that some would prefer hidden. In many cases, the perpetrators of these crimes are powerful enough to obstruct investigations and justice. But in other cases, impunity comes from bottlenecks within the justice system itself. In some countries, it's due to justice systems lacking human and financial resources. In others, it's due to corruption and a lack of transparency. While in some cases, it's a lack of knowledge of good practices to investigate these crimes. This often results in the killing of a journalist just being considered a common crime that has no connection to their profession. These shortcomings in justice systems lead to cases taking many years to resolve, if at all. They represent a breakdown in security and judicial systems, forming a cycle of violence and further weakening the rule of law. And where does this lead? To the expansion of global zones of silence. Zones where only powerful people decide the news you hear. Zones which violate our freedom of expression and our collective right as a society to access information. So, how do we solve this? The way forward starts with acknowledging the complexity of these crimes and considering them as crimes against freedom of expression, not just individuals. Central to solving this issue are judicial actors, those responsible for investigating and prosecuting these crimes. Collective knowledge of how to break the cycle of impunity is required to solve the issue, and efforts are currently being made to address this. UNESCO, for instance, is offering global online training aiming to increase the understanding of international freedom of expression standards among judicial actors and law enforcement agencies. Support is being offered to journalists for their legal battles against attacks to silence them. And investigative journalist networks are working to resolve the crimes against their fellow journalists while uncovering the stories that the perpetrators attempted to hide. But this is just a start. The solution still requires the collective efforts of member states, United Nations agencies, civil society organizations, regional human rights courts, and all judicial actors. So, if you're an actor in the judicial system, you can learn from successful prosecutions of crimes against journalists in other parts of the world and use these teachings to pursue cases in your own country. Because the best way to protect our journalists, to protect our collective rights, is not to give up on these cases, but to bring the perpetrators to justice. As always, the solution begins with awareness of the problem. So, by sharing this message, even if you feel that you're not directly involved, you are contributing to a global effort to end crimes against journalists and protecting freedom of expression and information.
Thank you so much. I hope you have liked this video that has this objective of helping to explain the problem in a short message. And now I invite my colleague Guy Berger to join me here. He will moderate in the next session. As I said, please keep with your coffee, tea, sandwich, and I hope we'll have another interesting discussion. The next session will be looking in international cooperation, international standards. In fact, Guy, we have many questions, for instance, about the issue of using criminal law to affect freedom of expression and press freedom. I'm sure this issue will be raised also for you and your guests in the next session. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure. And now I hand over to my colleague, Guy Berger.
Thank you very much, Guilherme. So we have a session which is an hour and a bit long, and I think it will be as interesting as the previous one. So welcome to everybody. I'm Guy Berger. I work at UNESCO as Director for Strategies and Policies in the field of communication and information. Well, it seems that we have influential people participating in this whole conference. And so that's super, because this means this is an event that hopefully is going somewhere. It's not a discussion in isolation. I saw, for example, a question posed by the Attorney General from Algeria. Bienvenue, Your Excellency, distinguished guests. All of you are super important to this major issue. So please engage. Remember that you have translation if you press the button, both whether you're watching on YouTube or if you're watching here on Zoom. And do engage in the comments and the questions and answers. So to introduce this next session, I'd like to just make an argument that here we are today, early March 2021. It's a time in history when journalists are being attacked, not simply because they shine a light on hidden misdemeanors like crime and corruption. Today, journalists are one of the few bulwarks against society being overridden by deliberate disinformation. And this is recognized by the agents of disinformation, which is why they also attack journalists. So that means, indeed, we're in a time when journalism is under more assault than ever, not only for uncovering corruption, crime, fraud, human rights abuses, but journalism is also under assault because it's presenting an alternative to disinformation. And all of this together tells us how important it is that journalists should be protected. So we here also thank you to the energy of the group of friends on safety of journalists at UNESCO and for the particular focus they've given us. And I'll say a word about that to introduce the session. But I also first wanted to especially thank the chair, Ambassador Reinprecht, and I wanted to thank her counterpart ambassador, Hans Wesseling from the Netherlands, who has been key in his country's very strong support for these issues and UNESCO's role in them. Now, to contextualize what we're coming up to speak about or further, 10 years ago, UNESCO's Special Committee for Media Development, the IPDC, started saying that something more needed to be done about safety of journalists. And so they hatched this idea of consultations that led to the United Nations Plan of Action on the safety of journalists and the issue of impunity. Now, today, almost 10 years after that, we have clear norms in place. These norms are regularly underlined in the international system, and they're being elaborated year after year. And I would highlight 4 of these norms. The first one is that no one, and especially not journalists, should be subjected to intimidation, harassment, or worse for the exercise of freedom of expression. That's norm number 1. Norm number 2, multi-stakeholder cooperation, even amongst those groups that don't agree on many other things, is essential if we're going to protect journalists. And number 3, duty bearers, the officials, have the particular responsibility for prevention, protection, and prosecution, even though everybody else has a role to play. And the final norm is that norms will only work when you have a sustainable and institutionalized underpinning, where you have bodies, organizations that have dedicated personnel and budgets. And this became very clear as discussed in our previous panel, where there was a lot of discussion about what's needed to make these institutions work. So now we're building on this, and we're going to look at some institutionalized mechanisms that are part of the picture. We're going to talk with people representing 3 entities that have substantive influence and/or power. So first we'll have the UN Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Expression and Opinion, that's Irene Khan. And second, we'll have the Principal Legal Officer at the African Court on Human and People's Rights, that's Dr. Oras Adjolohun. And third, we'll have Baroness Elena Kennedy, who's Director of International Bar Association's Human Rights Institute. Let me tell you briefly a little bit more about them, so that when they start speaking, you'll know who they are. So Irene Khan, she's the UN Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Expression and Opinion. She's from Bangladesh. She's the first woman to be the UN Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Expression and Opinion. And previously, she was Secretary General of Amnesty International and also Director General of the International Development Law Organization based in Rome. So that's Irene Khan. Then Dr. Adjolohun is a human rights lawyer, constitutional expert from Benin. As mentioned, he works as principal legal officer for the African Court on Human and People's Rights. Prior to joining the court, he was senior legal expert and team leader on a project with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. And Baroness Kennedy, who is the director of the IBARI, International Bar Association's Human Rights Institute, is a barrister at Doughty Street Chambers. She's widely regarded as one of the leading criminal and public law practitioners in the UK. She sits on the House of Lords EU Committee, and she chairs the EU Justice Subcommittee. Formerly, she sat on the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, and formerly also chaired the British Council on Justice, which is a all-party human rights and law reform organization in the UK. So we're going to engage them now. I'm going to ask a general question to each of them with a short follow-up. And my general question is this. We have mechanisms for prevention, protection, and prosecution at global and national levels. Is the priority to make these work better, the existing mechanisms, or do we need new ones? So very shortly, Irene Khan, do we need to make the existing ones work better or to create new ones? Please, over to you.
Hello. I think we have to do both. We have, as you said, we have norms, we have institutions, but at the same time, we also know that not all the institutions are working as well as they should be. So I think it's important to strengthen institutions. But I think it's also important to remember that very often it's a question of compliance. Now, how do you get things to work better is extremely important. But in some cases, I think it's also important to strengthen issues. We know that only about 12% of cases of journalists attacked or killed are actually investigated. These are UNESCO figures. Over the last decade, only 12%, which means 9 out of 10 go and there's no accountability for that there. So there's something clearly not working well. But creating a new institution in the UN system does not necessarily mean things will work better. So we need to strengthen what we have. And there are a whole host of institutions. You mentioned the UN Plan of Action. There's the coordination under the UN system. But at the same time, we know that more resources are needed. Some things need to be sharpened. So there's a lot to be done, both to make things work better and to bring in new institutions. And I would like to talk about that.
Thank you. I'm going to come back to you for more detail on those. So let's hear from our next speaker then. Here I'll move to Oras Jollohun from the African Court of Human People's Rights. Can you tell us this general question? Existing mechanisms, are they working? And should we try and make them work better, or do we need new institutions? Please, on 2 minutes.
Yeah, on 2 minutes. But I believe we need to do both, but I would say we need to do more of strengthening of the institutions. And if you look at the overall picture in terms of judicial protection of human rights in Africa, it comes out clearly that we need to strengthen the institutions that are in place. Now, one thing that Irene has just said, which is very important in my view, is I would believe it is rather more important to get the main actors to implement and to comply than to actually strengthen the institutions. And probably getting them to comply more is part of trying to strengthen the institutions. If you take the overall picture in Africa, for instance, African Court on Human and People's Rights, ECOWAS Court of Justice, East African Court of Justice, African Commission on Human and People's Rights, state compliance with their decisions is of more or less about the 20 to 30% maximum in the best case scenario. So how do we get institutions that have been put in place to play their role? We get states that are the major actors to comply and to implement. Thank you.
Super, thank you. Okay, Baroness Kennedy, the same question for you, but let me elaborate it a little bit here. Are the norms fine, and all we need to do is look at the question of institutions? Do we have to do all three? We have to have stronger and elaborated norms, expanded norms, and we have to get existing institutions to work better, and we need new institutions. What's your take?
Well, people might not know, and so I'm going to quickly say that we've been doing a big piece of work for a whole set of governments where we run at the IBA HRI. We are running the Secretariat on a media project of some global significance. And it has produced a number of reports already, 4 very penetrating reports. And one of those reports has a main recommendation of setting up a standing investigative task force. And it's basically to be made up of a roster of vetted and trained investigators, forensic experts and legal specialists, and the idea is that they would be deployed to crime scenes and support investigations. Now, I mean, the reason why we think that you have to take a bold step and you have to create some kind of standing investigative task force is because the systems currently are really not working well enough. And I pay tribute to the work that's being done by the rapporteur, my fellow panelist Irene Khan, but the advantages of this model of having an investigative task force is that it would complement initiatives that already exist and increase the the impact of the work undertaken by mandate holders like Irene. But currently, the system's not working. And so we have to take a bold step, and we say there has to be an investigative task force created to do that.
Okay, well, thank you. And I will come back to you later on these questions, but also for you to speak a bit about the additional reports that you've done, which are, I think, influential at the normative level. So you're putting energy there, and you're making recommendations at the institutional level as well. So I think it's clear what our three speakers' positions amount to in this regard. So let's explore this a little bit more. So Irene Khan, you are involved very much in the norms of freedom of expression and opinion and in the implementation. Now, in terms of the problems with existing implementation, which you began to touch on, do you think it's a matter of political will, as was partially indicated in the previous panel? It was also mentioned in the previous panel, insufficient capacity. It was also mentioned lack of awareness. Are those the key things, or is it just bureaucratic dysfunctionality, or is it something else? So let's look at the existing mechanisms. I mean, what's the problem and what's the solution?
Well, let's just think what happened last week. As you know, the US published the report on Jamal Khashoggi, the Saudi journalist who was actually butchered in the Saudi embassy in Turkey. The case was investigated by my predecessor and by Agnes Kalemar, the UN Special Rapporteur for Summary Executions, as well as Helena Kennedy was also involved in that investigation. Now, their findings have been confirmed now by the CIA. But has true accountability moved? Has the needle moved 1 inch? No. So what's wrong when you put all those issues together? I would say a combination. Because we have, first of all, we have weak legal systems. In many countries, the legal systems are just not there because it's a country with immature systems, a country in conflict, a developing country. Now, so you have a lack of capacity, and there, of course, you need to invest in capacity. The second category of countries are where the institutions may be there, but they're not functioning well because there isn't the independence of the judiciary. Court systems may be riddled with corruption. There may be lack of political will, as you put it. And there, the task becomes a little harder. It's not just a question of building capacity, it's also building the will to improve the institutions and make them work well. Then you have a third category where actually we see impunity as a strategy for shutting up media, for chilling free speech. And that, of course, is the most dangerous, the most difficult situation to fight. And that is where we see cases like Jamal Khashoggi happening, cases like Daphne Caruana in Malta, and many other cases taking place, where journalism itself is being criminalized. And journalists are being treated worse than criminals with no respect for the rule of law. And that there, I think, we need to really focus. And that is where the international system has to step in, has to support, has to break that wall of impunity. And there, I would say that we need to strengthen institutions. And the reason why I say strengthen rather than create new institutions is because new institutions are very difficult to set up in the international UN system. And what one does is one has to strengthen, build on what is there. And I agree with totally with Helena about the need for having a task force, but I don't see it as a new institution. A new institution you would then have to get a mandate in the UN system for a new institution. And I frankly don't see an appetite in the UN system for creating new mandates. The mandates are there, whether you have special rapporteurs, you have other investigative mechanisms. What needs to be done is to resource them well. Give us the possibility to reach out and use pools of talent that exists out there, whether it's in the International Bar Association or elsewhere, the talent that will allow us to go in, probe, poke, and arouse these governments into action. Now, that is what happened in the Jamal Khashoggi investigation that the UN Special Rapporteurs did. And it's that kind of push that has to take place, which will then get the wheel moving for accountability.
Mm-hmm. So you didn't say this, but I could imagine one could formulate your response in terms of a quadrant, and you have one axis that is capacity and one axis is the political will. And you find in one box you have both ticked, in another box you have both crossed, and in the other two diagonally opposite, you have political will but no capacity, but you have capacity and no political will. And I guess the question is, you maybe need different responses to these different combinations of circumstances. Now, what you're suggesting, I suppose, is that this investigatory mechanism would be for particular countries where there's not political will and maybe there's not capacity as well. But at any rate, tell us a little bit more about how you would envisage this, because as you said, there was this investigation by your predecessor, but particularly led by Agnes Callamard, the rapporteur on extrajudicial summary and arbitrary executions. If there was a slightly more formalization of such an investigatory mechanism, which could include resources, how would you see that operating? Would it be a body of experts as suggested by Baroness Kennedy? Would it be led by one of the rapporteurs, or would it be more flexible in terms of, I guess, what is the particular case and what are the possibilities to have an investigation that will be effective?
Well, I think one needs flexibility, because I don't think one size will fit all. There will be many different situations. As you said, in some cases, there may be political will. And sometimes even within one country, one government, some parts may have the political will and others don't. So the reality is very muddled. It's very hard to just build 2 or 3 categories. There are many. And that is why we need to look at existing mandates. And, Special Rapporteur is one. An important one in the UN, because we are part of the UN and yet independent of the UN. So therefore, we can sometimes take courageous steps that may not be possible within the UN bureaucracy. But we lack resources. And that is why tagging that on to resource from those who have it, the talent, the expertise, forensic expertise, legal expertise, and so on, tagging that, to me, is a more doable approach. And then investigating those cases, rousing and building awareness about the need to address these cases. Now, I don't know whether the US would have investigated the Khashoggi case had not ANIAS taken that step. So it's that, pushing step by step, building on this issue. And so my suggestion would be that the non-governmental sector, like the International Bar Association that has resources, should team up with the intergovernmental sector, which is the UN system. And within the UN system, there is the High Commissioner's Office. There are the special rapporteurs, of course. There are other mechanisms that have been used. So bringing that resource from the non-governmental sector together with the UN system can, I think, create a possibility to investigate some of those very difficult cases and to break the barrier for impunity. That's the way I would say we should proceed. And UNESCO, of course, plays a big role, I think, in all this. So UNESCO should also be involved in that quadrant, as you're talking about. Yes.
So in this case, this exact investigation you're speaking about, it may have played a role in triggering other investigations, but your point is that still it hasn't resulted in, to put it simply, justice for Jamal as you would want to see it, I guess. Now we will come to the question of the African Court, which has a certain jurisdiction, so it has authority beyond an investigation. So we'll come to hear about how does the African Court deal with situations where it's not just a question of investigation, but the question of actually coming out with a judgment that has real impact. But before we come to the African Court, I just wanted to bring Baroness Kennedy in here to comment a bit more on this particular issue. So you've said it makes sense to combine forces, a respected international civil society formation like the International Bar Association, plus the rapporteurs. You think this could be a formula. So Baroness Kennedy, what's your take on how such I don't want to say it in a new mechanism, but a strengthened coordination could work?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear and see you perfectly.
I'm sorry, and you can. That's great. I greatly celebrate Irene, but I think that she's being optimistic about what is likely to happen soon. Over the past 12 years, more than 1,000 journalists have been killed for their reporting. And people always imagine that must be in conflict zones, but it's actually not in conflict zones at all. This is journalists who are going about the business of exposing corruption, of exposing wrongdoing, of letting people know about their rights and what their governments are doing in their name. And so this is why this is so important, and it's why those who are committed to human rights should be and the rule of law should be so concerned. Now, let me explain to people who are listening. A number of governments got together, started off with Canada and the United Kingdom, recognizing the impunity that there was, recognizing the murderous activity taking place. And you only have to look at Mexico and look at Turkey, look at the rise of populism around the world. And you know that one of the first things that populist governments do is they go after those who are exposing their conduct. And so journalists have been in the firing line, and they will continue to be in the firing line in a very grievous way. I'm afraid the UN has not stepped up to the plate so far. And if it hadn't been for the determination of Agnes Callamard, this would have become something that was sitting on some back burner somewhere. And we know that part of it was that the administration at the time in the States was very leery about the United Nations and also very cozy with Saudi Arabia. So let's be clear how all of this works. The reason why the institutions of the UN are not able to do this is because of the vested interests of some of the most powerful nations. Now, on the business of Khashoggi, I went with Agnes. Agnes was given inadequate resource. If I hadn't raised some money to help pay for certain things, it would have been very difficult for her to have conducted the investigation that she did. And even then, the skills of the team were inadequate because we had to rely on the goodwill and expertise of people who were willing to accompany her to help her to do this job. And so let's be clear, there isn't anything currently available of quality and high caliber and so on. And Agnes would say that herself. Now, when we started this work on the impunity that is being enjoyed by governments around the world and the danger to journalists and the danger therefore to all of us, was to draw in many other nations. There are now over 40 nations who have joined into a sort of compact, a media freedom coalition. And of course, it's under the umbrella of UNESCO, and I'm grateful to UNESCO's legal forum for the way in which they assist with us with all of this. And you've been wonderful in the way in which you have helped drive this. But the Media Freedom Coalition is, if you have to ask yourself, ideally, a standing international task force dealing with the growing impunity would exist within a UN mandate. And the report that we make calls for that. But it's not going to happen, in my view, because there isn't currently inside the UN the kind of drive to do it. And we know that there are forces that will make it very difficult to do. The panel recognizes that the creation of that permanent UN investigative body doesn't currently have the political support that is needed. And we know that. So what we are recommending is that the investigative task force should be a multilateral initiative, recommending that the Media Freedom Coalition, which is now 40 countries around the world who know why impunity is so dangerous to the world order, and the Media Freedom Coalition they have pledged together already to protect media freedom, and that they should be setting up a multilateral investigative task force, and they should be funding it and putting the money into doing this. And it would be a roster of vetted and trained investigators, forensic experts, legal specialists, and so on. And that is what someone like Irene or Agnes Kalamar or any of the rapporteurs should have access to when they're doing an investigation of this kind. I went with Agnes Kalamar. I listened to the tapes. I knew exactly what was available. And I knew also what Gina Haspel, the head of the CIA, what conclusion she had come to, because it was no different from the conclusion that we came to. But we would which we did not have to do, and we didn't have the resource to do. And we could have driven it towards Prince, the Crown Prince, and his responsibility in all of this, if we might have had that kind of expertise available to us and the resource. So the advantages of the model that we're putting forward is of this investigative task force would be to complement existing initiatives, of course, to be available to someone like Irene in the work that she does. But you need people with expertise to do this. I mean, I went there as a criminal lawyer because Agnes isn't a criminal lawyer. And I went there showing her what would normally be investigated by a serious investigation. But we didn't have the capacity for it. And, you know, let's be realistic. Turkey itself is not a great protector of human rights. And so accommodations for that were not going to be available at that end. So there are real problems in this kind of thing. And if you want to secure justice for people, Jamal Khashoggi is not going to get justice. You know that. The Crown Prince, who undoubtedly put out the order and he does this, he deals with dissidents in an appalling way because he doesn't want critics, and they're either thrown in jail. Many of them are beheaded. There are women in numbers still in prison because they want equal rights for women, and so let's not pretend that this is a great modernizer. He's not.
Okay.
And what he did was he executed most opponents he had. This was listened to around the world.
So, Baroness,
an investigative task force. You don't have to go do it.
Yeah, Baroness, sorry. So okay. A few quick points. First, as you know, UNESCO is a membership-based organization, including the 2 states you've mentioned. So, please, I do want to just signal if any of them wish to take the floor, they're entitled to, because it's a UNESCO event. So if they wish to respond, anyway, I just want to make that. But to come to your I think the point that you have signaled.
Should not be shy about outing people who have.
No, sure. I just want to just explain, you know, the context of this engagement. So, I wanted to say that you mentioned this Global Media Defense Fund, and indeed this was a defense fund set up at UNESCO with contributions from this Media Freedom Coalition, and I'm very pleased that this can support the work that you do. Obviously, we don't earmark it specifically, but it's for the work of the International Bar Association's human rights panel. But the bigger point I really wanted to talk about is part of what you're saying underlines, I think, exactly where we began this discussion, that safety of journalists cannot be successfully done by a single institution, whether it's a media owner, whether it's a single government, whether it's the UN system, or whether it's IBARI. One's got to look at a multi-stakeholder approach here. And precisely in this case, you did get some results with the multi-stakeholder approach, that you managed to get an investigation together. Now, that's not to say the existing other institutions could not do more, could not be improved in their functioning and their contribution to this. It's a question, what is the power and what are the possibilities to change power in any particular institution, including in the Freedom Online Media Freedom Coalition. I'm sure it's not without some of those dynamics. But the whole thing about trying to get the UN plan is to get this multi-stakeholderism so that we can have the maximum complementarities. And there may be, in terms of our vision, additional institutions that could be enlisted in this whole cause. Now, one of them that we have in our panel now is the African Court on Human and People's Rights. And so, of course, we'll hear more about what is the jurisdiction, what have they done. They're not, of course, the states you mentioned are not members of, or they're not accessories to the African Court of Human and People's Rights, because it's serving African states. But it's part of the bigger picture. And so I think it would be valuable at this point to turn to Oras Jolohun and ask him just to tell us. So here we have not the UN rapporteur, I mean, not an international civil society organization. Here we have an actual court, but it's an international court. And if you could tell us one case where you've actually, the court has made a decision that has led to a change on the ground. So it's not just creating the public opinion around an issue, but it's leading to direct governmental policy and practical change. Over to you, please, Mr. Jolohun.
Thank you. I could actually give you a couple of cases within how much time do I have? 1-2 minutes?
I think if you give us one and give us a bit of depth, that will be
okay. Good. Yeah. So, well, if you speak more specifically of impunity for crimes against journalists, then one case that really needs to be mentioned here is the case of Norbert Zongo against Burkina Faso. I guess those who are involved in this field of work are very much aware of this judgment of the court in a matter involving an investigative journalist, Norbert Zongo, who was assassinated in 1998 for allegedly publishing a report investigating corruption at the helm of the state, which involved at the point in time the brother of the president of Burkina Faso. And because he was believed to be about to reveal something very important, of course, to uncover corruption or bad governance, then he was targeted and assassinated with his companions, with a couple of other people. So they brought the case to the African court, and the court gave made two rulings, one on the merit and another one on reparations. So here we're talking about judicial decisions. And the African court, as you know, has jurisdiction over member states of the African Union, not over all of them, but at least over those who have made a special declaration authorizing individuals and NGOs to bring cases before the court. And Burkina Faso is one of those countries. So mainly what these cases contributed in doing at the domestic level in Burkina Faso is a direct change. That is that the court has ordered Burkina Faso to prosecute the cases that have been long pending. For those who have a bit of background about the case, they remember that this case was pending for about 15 years before domestic court, and there was no prosecution. So that was quite a long time. So clearly, this was a very good example of an instance where a regional court could get a state to abide by its duty to prosecute, because that is what it was about in the Norbert Zongo case. So it was a case of impunity against a journalist, and it was a situation where a regional court that has a mandate was able to get a state to prosecute those cases that have been long pending, and there were a result, because as a result of the judgment of the court, the state actually accelerated the processes domestically, and they led to a number of hearings and the case being completed and judgment being rendered. But the court also gave satisfaction to the applicant, at least to the beneficiaries. The court ordered a total of about $1 million for in terms of damages for the beneficiaries of the journalist and his companions. But the court has also given two other judgments that are very important mentioned in here. There is another judgment against Burkina Faso as well, in a case involving a journalist, again, Lohe Issa Konate. And in this case, it was more about abuse of power, because this other journalist published articles in newspapers criticizing the prosecutor. And this led to him being imprisoned, sentenced to time in jail, and also to fine. And eventually his complaint was that journalists criticizing officials should not lead to penalty or sanctions that are this severe, because they contribute to good governance and they contribute to uncovering malpractices. So in this case, the African court again did go that route. The court took the view, the court was of the opinion that for those who are involved in public governance, they should be prone to more criticism, including from journalists and media professionals, than normal citizens. And therefore, the court found that sentencing a journalist to time in jail was not in line with the duty that journalists would generally implement in democratic societies. So the court found Burkina Faso in violation of freedom of expression, and ordered Burkina Faso to amend the law. And their judgment was actually implemented, because the penal code of Burkina Faso was amended, and defamation as a crime is no longer part of the new legislation. Yeah, so we have a one last case, this time involving, it's a more of what we could call an attempt to silence political dissidents and opposition. And this case involved Rwanda. It is the case of the opposition figure, Victoire Ingabire Umuhoza, who was sentenced for her statement about the Tutsi genocide in Rwanda. She visited the genocide memorial in Rwanda, and upon visiting the memorial, she stated that she asked, what about crimes committed against the Hutu? Okay, so this was prosecuted and considered as by domestic court as a crime and as a breach of domestic law on denial of genocide. So she was convicted for denial of genocide, and she was sentenced to time in jail. So her case before the African court was a case of breach of the right to freedom of expression, freedom of speech, because according to her, sentencing her to time in jail for merely expressing her views about the genocide, which did not constitute in her view denial of genocide. Freedom of speech, and the African court did find so. The African court considered that the mere fact for her to state views that did not consider were not necessarily challenging the Tutsi genocide in Rwanda, could not have been considered by domestic court as a denial of genocide, and therefore the court believed that sentencing her to time in jail breached her right to freedom of speech, and the court therefore ordered Rwanda to pay compensation to the applicant. So those are three cases that are clear examples of how the African court so far has contributed directly to protection of journalists, but also generally to enforcement of freedom of press at the continental level.
So thank you for those three examples. I just want to ask a quick question about the, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Good.
Sorry.
I just want to ask two quick questions about the first case, Norbert Zongo. This case, as I understood, it came to the court thanks to a civil society organization. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
I mean, they prepared the helped to prepare the case, engage the lawyers, and so on.
They prepared the case and engaged lawyers to represent the applicant. But we also have quite a significant, important contribution here from a national human rights institution, so sort of the movement Burkinabe des droits de l'homme, which was not really, which also was party to the case, because they said they were representing public interest. in terms of the general interest of journalists in Burkina Faso and in Africa.
Yeah. Now, my second question in this case, in the end, because it was 15 years later, nobody as such was found guilty for the assassination, were they?
No one was found guilty, and that was the actual with the case before the African court. And after the African court ordered that the respondent states should fasten the proceedings before domestic court, the case moved a lot. You probably have heard that Burkina Faso judicial authorities undertook to get the brother of the former president of Burkina Faso, Compaoré, to be extradited from France. And so those were some of the outcomes of the case and impact of the case at the domestic level.
Right. Okay, thank you. Let's come back to that, because there are also some questions being asked about the court shortly. I just wanted to revisit with, well, actually, no, why don't we go to the questions, because I wanted to come back, as I said, to Baroness Kennedy about these other reports that they have that they've been doing. But I think maybe it's a good time to go to some of the questions, and I see that we have from Gabriel Baglo the question to you, Oras Ajanoun. What do you think should be the ways and means of making African states comply with the rulings of the African Court? So this is a question about whether they have signed to accede to the protocol or not. Could you just give us a bit of a picture about, as you said, not all AU member states have signed up. Even those who've signed up haven't acceded to the protocol. So directly, you have jurisdiction over, as we speak today, over how many countries in Africa?
Well, as you've said, the African Union has 55 member states. Out of the 55, 31 have ratified the protocol. A ratification does not give jurisdiction to the court. It is more of a general overall recognition of the court. So what allows individuals and NGOs to directly bring cases to the court is a declaration. So upon ratifying the protocol, states have to make a special declaration authorizing the court to exercise jurisdiction in such cases. And so far, we have had 10 states have made that special declaration. Over the past 4 years, 4 of those states have withdrawn the declarations. And then we are currently left with 6 states being under the jurisdiction of the court, rationale personnel.
Mm-hmm. Now, whose role is it then to try and encourage more states to make this declaration? Is it yourselves, the court? Do you count on the civil society, on the national judiciaries, on the International Bar Association? I mean, who should raise the number?
Well, you know, this is quite an issue of public international law, international relations, diplomacy, and so on and so forth. There are 1 million reasons why states decide to join international, in particular, human rights mechanism. Some of them belong to the state from within the state because the state believe that this is part of our internal culture, or it comes from outside. They believe that they need to be encouraged by other entities to do so. In the case of the African Court, I would say the responsibility would lie mainly on state themselves because they adopted the protocol creating the court, establishing the court. And the protocol states that states commit to ratifying the protocol and getting the court to operate. So it should be for states themselves to encourage each other to do so. Or it should be for the umbrella institution, that is the African Union, to encourage states to do so. And then you have other actors, of course, civil society. For many of the instances where the declaration was filed, we can say that internal quote-unquote pressure or diplomacy from civil society has led to the state making the special declaration authorizing the court to operate. And then you have all partners, that is other intergovernmental organizations, international institutions, the UN, sub-regional organizations and others. So everyone has a role to play. There is no specific rule or norms in the African Union that assigns a role to a particular entity as to whether they should put pressure on state to do so, because we all know that state will do so if they are willing to do so. But there are this umbrella of institutions, those that I've just mentioned, which I believe have been playing a great role in getting state to file the declarations. We have 31 ratifications. And by the way, one thing that is worth mentioning here is that the declaration grants direct access to individuals to the court. But there is what we call indirect access to the court. The protocol provides that the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, which is based in Banjul, can file cases before the court directly, with no need for the concerned state to make any particular declaration. So once the state has ratified the protocol, the commission can bring cases directly to the court. Yeah, so there's also that option. So if an individual can file a communication before the commission, and the commission can then decide to bring the communication to the court as an application. And so far, like I've said, 31 states have ratified. So there is that option of getting 31 states to the court using the route of the commission. It has happened just a handful of times so far, but the option exists.
And one last question to are you aware of cases where the jurisprudence of your court has had influence even outside of those 31 states, where it's been influential in terms of national court decisions?
Well, this is judicial dialogue, vertical. We have very fortunately have a couple of cases, recent cases. We had a case in Kenya, and as a matter of fact, concerning freedom of expression and involving journalists, right of journalists. I mentioned the judgment of the court in the matter of Lohe Issa Konate against Burkina Faso, the journalist who wrote a piece criticizing the public prosecutor. Yes, in similar cases concerning freedom of expression in Kenya, the Court of Appeal of Kenya has made an express reference to the judgment of the African Court in deciding a case involving freedom of expression. And we had a similar case in Lesotho, in the Constitutional Court of Lesotho, where the court also made specific and express reference to the same judgment of the African Court in dealing with that part. And recently, the judgment of the court, this judgment of the court also arose in a case before the Constitutional Court of South Africa. Yeah, so we have had a couple of instances. We do not yet have the massive irradiating effect of the European Court of Human Rights, but these are instances that show that there is an emerging trend of national court getting hold of the case law of the African court and using it in dealing with cases that are similar to those that were before the court, the African court.
Right. Well, thank you. So I think that's inspiring to hear about an institution that is working, that has different ways of being accessed, which can be strengthened, as is clear, in terms of more states signing up, more people using it. But I think that shows that there is something there that is functional and effective. Now, I see there's a general question for Baroness Kennedy. And I'm not sure how you want to respond to this, Baroness Kennedy. It says, is it in the nature of institutions to reward conformity, resist change? What do you do about the stubborn nature of institutions to I suppose, take risks and do things that are not in the path of safety? Over to you.
I saw you smiling slightly, Guy, as you read that question. I saw you slightly smiling as you read that question, Guy. I, of course, believe very strongly that institutions, by their very nature, tend to create a level of conformity. And the bureaucratic nature of institutions means that it can, for example, make responses very leaden and very slow. I mean, one of the things that and I really do want the audience to understand, this high-level panel that was created and which we operate at Barry as the secretariat for, is led by the judge who was the president of the Supreme Court of the United Kingdom. It has the international lawyer Amal Clooney as the deputy chair. It has 15 lawyers from around the world, from South Korea, from Pakistan, India, from the United States, from the Middle East, from Russia. We have an incredible panel of serious experts. And what they're all saying, and I'm sorry to say this to all of you who are involved with the UN, but they don't feel that the UN at the moment is able to respond with the alacrity, the speed that's necessary. And they don't feel that at the moment, they feel that there's a bit of a deadlock because of the institutions have been created many, many decades ago when the power plays in our world were somewhat different. And so it's quite difficult to get investigations in. And of course, there can be geopolitical reasons why starting up investigations can be problematic. And so for that reason, this body of lawyers, this high-level panel, including people like Hina Jalani, who was the great commissioner of human rights in Pakistan. It includes really distinguished lawyers, and they have all come to the conclusion that there needs to be some sort of task force that can operate with speed and investigate with freedom and support and work with the NGOs who do this kind of evidence gathering, but also to be able to operate in the way that I've described. And so this is not some kind of great no vote on the institutions of the UN, but it's saying that at the moment they're not working in the way that one would want to see with the speed to deal with the crisis that there is around journalism. Now, what are journalists charged with? They're charged with criminal defamation. There shouldn't be such a charge that if somebody writes something about a prosecutor or writes something, you can make a contrary statement into the media, but to put someone on trial and throw them in jail because they expose things about the ministers of state or prosecutors or corrupt judges, journalists have to be able to write, and they shouldn't be facing criminal defamation. They also face national security trumped up charges, trumped up terrorism charges, official secrets charges. There's a whole range of things that they're confronted with. They're accused of concocting fake news, and you'll remember President Trump using that accusation regularly, and it's now used around the world. It's caught fire as a way of undermining truthful journalism. So there's a real problem, and we have to really be responding with some speed rather than simply continuing to talk about all of this. And one of the ways is to have the task force that I'm talking about. Now, it's wonderful to hear Horace describing the ways in which there are institutions which are grappling with this. We have seen, there was the horror of Daphne Galizia being blown up because she was investigating the Panama Papers matters in Malta, and that was a deliberate taking out of a journalist, and one person has been convicted, but not the people who were really behind all of that. And so you need to have good investigation, and sometimes it has to come from outside of the nation where the events have taken place. And so I'm allowed to say all of this, you see, because unlike you, Guy, I'm not employed by the UN. And so I can be critical about the fact that we are in a position of deadlock. And if the UN can't create such a speedy investigative mechanism, then we have to think, how else could this be done? And maybe that eventually it would be absorbed into the UN. But I think that steps should be taken by a coalition of willing nations who realize how important a free media is to actually bring this into existence. And perhaps with your encouragement, they will, and put forward some funding for it, or put forward experts. I mean, for example, you need forensic experts to do proper investigations. You need good lawyers, you need pathologists, you need people, and it will depend on the case what expertise is needed, but nations could be putting forward their own experts and paying for them to make the journey to places in order to be part of an investigative team. So we feel that you have to do that. And one of the other things is that we're creating a set of reports. One of the reports that we produced was on targeted sanctions, to try and spread this business of Magnitsky Law around the world, so that there are ways in which people can, in fact, if not be brought to trial, suffer the consequences of their behaviors, and so that their assets are frozen. You know, so many of these powerful and rich people have fancy apartments, investments, and all manner of things kept in other places, from Manhattan to London to the south of France, and so on. We know that's what happens. Oligarchs the world over do that, and we can actually take steps and put some teeth into international law to actually call to account the abusers who are doing these things to independent journalists.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, thank you for that. You certainly are keeping the UN's feet to the fire, and that's the important role that you play. But let's hear, because perhaps there might be some insight we get to this question about how can the UN respond more promptly, if we ask Irene Khan to speak about what she thinks. We have a question from Khalid Ibrahim, Gulf Center for Human Rights, and he's saying, what can you, Irene Khan, as the Special Rapporteur, do, bearing in mind the Special Rapporteur is autonomous? He says, what can you do to ensure the release of 4 journalists sentenced to death in Yemen, who are on trial before the appeal court in Sana'a? And then he mentions their names. And also he says, what kind of support can you give to 3 journalists sentenced to 6 years in prison in Iraqi Kurdistan on 16th of February 2021? Irene, these are, well, the Yemen case, I guess, is about a year old, but these are I mean, they're current issues. I mean, what can you do as rapporteur that could make a difference there, or does it depend on your hands are too tired, or you don't have any staff to help you investigate? Please tell us.
Let me start by saying something. Helena sort of labeled you as the UN guy. You are employed by the UN, I'm not. This is the interesting thing that most people don't realize. The special rapporteurs have the UN mandate, but we are volunteers. We receive no remuneration from the UN, so we owe them, we don't owe them the same loyalty that an employee would. And that independence, of course, strengthens us to say and do things. But at the same time, there is a capacity issue, which is why I don't disagree with Helena. In fact, I agree with Helena that yes, we do need a task force, but use our mandates. We already have a mandate. So give us the task force that we can then work with, and the mandate and the resources from the non-governmental sector can come together in that way. Now, what can we do for cases in Yemen or elsewhere? Well, what we can do and what we do is we raise these cases with governments, we get into a dialogue, we push them, and in some cases, as we've done, we investigate, as we did for Jamal Khashoggi. Right after this conference, in fact, I'm going into a press conference because this morning, Agnieszka Kalemar and I issued the report on Navalny and Alexei Navalny's poisoning. He's not a journalist, but he is a blogger. He was investigating, as you know, corruption cases in Russia. And so we can continue to do those things, but we can only do one in a year because we have no resources. And that is why resources to the special rapporteur, accessing us, being able to access the kind of task force that Helena was talking about, is going to be incredibly important. Resources have to come together with the mandate. And that's the problem in the UN, that those who have mandates don't have resources. And when the resources are, it's sometimes very slow to move on these kinds of issues. So yes, there are a lot of things wrong with the UN, but there are many cases that we cannot handle. And in fact, at the end of the day, one has to rely on the nation state, on the national state, to actually take responsibility for human rights. And I think that is what the Justice was talking about earlier. We have to come back to the countries and strengthen them. And in fact, practice shows, experience shows that regional courts have worked better than the international courts, whether it's in Europe, whether it's in the inter-American system, whether it's in Africa. So because there is pressure, peer pressure from the region that makes things work. So I think we should look to see what all the different systems are. In the Middle East, there isn't a regional court, unfortunately. And you mentioned the cases in Yemen and other places where actually it's in conflict situations, it's extremely hard because the national institutions are very weak and they're not capable of supporting. So we need to be selective. The international community has to move in and selectively focus on those places where the needs are greatest and also strengthen the national systems where they can be strengthened. So you talked about a multilateral approach, but there needs to be also a multi-dimensional approach to this problem because there's no silver bullet.
Yes,
there's no silver bullet, task force or no task force.
Yeah, absolutely. But even with your limited resources, as you said, the need to prioritize this case of Yemen, the case of Iraqi Kurdistan, and Afghanistan, which somebody has mentioned there. Is there something you, with
yes,
the limit? I mean, what can or have you been doing vis-a-vis those three
Afghanistan,
cases?
for example, on Afghanistan, we have very recently. I have been in touch with with the National Human Rights Commission and with the Attorney General, and we are taking up the cases, the killings that took place, because I think I know Afghanistan very well from my previous work, and I know that in Afghanistan, with support, we can build capacity at the national level to investigate some of these cases. Now, there are others, and I have many more than you just named now, where I would like to go in and investigate, or I would like to support a task force if it was there to go in and investigate. That has to be done too. So yes, we can investigate, take up cases directly with governments. And sometimes we get an answer, sometimes we don't. But what we also do is when we're doing this, we're not working alone with the governments. What we also have is support from civil society. Many of these cases are brought to us by civil society organizations. So we work very closely with them and sort of count on their support, and they count on us to bring up the cases with the government. So in a way, we are very often the liaison between the state and the civil society on behalf of the individual. And
so if I can just push you to be very concrete in this case, Yemen and Iraqi Kurdistan, if you are taking up and you contact the government to raise concerns, I guess this is quiet diplomacy up to a certain point. I mean, when would civil society know whether you've received a response or whether you've sent a communication?
Well, we can go public, and we do. Like today, this afternoon, I will be holding a press conference on the Navalny case. So we do issue press statements. We have press conferences. We try and support NGO campaigns. We bring up cases we report to the UN Human Rights Council, and therefore we of course bring it to the attention of the Human Rights Council, and sometimes it leads to resolutions on many issues, both thematically but as well on specific cases. You know that the UN Human Rights Council adopted a resolution last October on the safety of journalists, which was a very progressive, strong resolution, and it was adopted by consensus. So we are moving, and you were talking earlier about the norms. We also push the norms there, which then others use. UN Human Rights Council resolution is a soft law, which courts can use, which national courts, those who go to national courts can push. So there are many ways in which the special rapporteur makes a difference by keeping the issue alive, by liaising with civil society, by giving means to individuals to appeal to us, which we then take to governments to discuss, negotiate, and put pressure on them through public means, and then support the UN Human Rights Council and build normative standards there.
Okay, well, we're going to have to wrap up in 2 minutes. So let me ask each of you in one sentence or two to say what you think the most decisive difference would be made in terms of what's missing at the moment? In other words, what needs to be strengthened the most? Is it, probably Irene, you would say resources.
No,
Baroness
actually,
Kennedy, I'm not sure what you would say in terms
I
of
wouldn't say resources,
Jolohun. Please go ahead. Yeah.
I wouldn't say resources. Yes, I need resources, but that's a very small issue, actually. What I would say, I would ask governments to keep their promises. Governments come to international fora, they adopt a resolution in the Human Rights Council, for example, but then they do not go home and live up to that. And that's what I would like to see. I would like to see more governments step up. Even in the Media Freedom Coalition, there are member states who are not living up to what they have promised in the coalition. So I would want to see governments do more.
Okay, thank you. Baroness Kennedy, what's the missing element that would make a difference today?
Unmute. Can you?
Yes.
It
yes.
really is
Please
about, as Irene has said, of course, it's about governments keeping to their promises and really not just uttering words. But it's about more than that. We've created a whole range of things that can be done to use against governments that fail in their promises, to protect journalists by creating special fast action, rapid response visas that governments commit to making available so that journalists under threat can get out with their families. We've also created a demand that there is much greater consular assistance for journalists in zones where they're at risk. And we really do, if you want to have a process, you have to have evidence, and that requires a collaboration between NGOs, between the rapporteurs, and that means that they have to have a resource available to them. And the resource that they need, and I saw it with Agnes, and I know that Irene faces this, without resource, you're really handicapped to investigate the terrible abuses that are happening around our world. So I would like to see a task force created, a rapid response task force that can, an investigative body that will bring in expertise, a roster, not always in existence, not a job, but you bring them in at short notice to go with your rapporteurs to investigate when things are going wrong.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess it could be a virtuous circle in that investigations can trigger resources further, and because you've got data and you're monitoring, and then but of course having resources can enable more investigations, and it seems that yes, cycle is not as strong as it needs to be. So, okay, we have just then our last contribution from Oras Jolohun, Principal Legal Officer of the African Court. What do you think would be most important from what you've heard, and particularly vis-a-vis the court? I mean, do your decisions need to become more widely known? Do you need more states to have signed the declaration? I mean, what's the most key thing for you to strengthen the impact of your mechanism, your institution?
I think my video was stopped from outside, so I can't have the video. I'm trying to, okay, it's not working. Okay. It was, okay, good.
Yes,
thank you.
Son.
Yeah, a decisive element, I would say two-way, bottom and up. So there is this a trend to believe that because international institutions have been set up, they will operate because states have put them in place. No, they will operate if the domestic system that is in place is conducive to them operating. Because what we do at the international level, the final port of call for its implementation is domestically. So we do whatever we like at the international level, whatever effective it may seem on paper or in practice, it will have effect at the domestic level. So the tendency, the trend should be, if you are seeking effectiveness, go to the domestic level and get more democracy and get more rule of law. And then when international law and mechanisms are coming to the domestic level, then we meet an environment that is conducive for their enforcement and effective implementation. But on the other hand, we need to also improve on international mechanisms. That is that we need to adjust them as time passes by and as states evolve, with new technology, with new ways of doing politics, with new trends in international relations. We need to also adjust international mechanism to the new trends at the international and national level. So a two-way option, bottom and up. You strengthen democracy at the domestic level and create a conducive environment for international law and mechanism. And you adjust international mechanism to what is happening at home and generally around internationally. So I would believe, at least as far as the African Court is concerned, I would believe that is the way to go, because of course, as you know, the state of democracy and the rule of law in Africa should be taken into account when we want to understand how and why regional mechanisms in Africa are operating better or less. That is probably what I would believe are the decisive elements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I think we have heard some very, very interesting comments from 3 institutions with international significance there. And I'm going to wrap up and pass to the next panel now. I just want to say I don't see any indication from any of the member states mentioned who may wish to respond. I guess if any of them are participating and they wish to respond, if they could indicate in the chat, and then they could be given the floor at some point later. But I don't see any at the moment. Well, UNESCO should be a place of dialogue between differences, because this should be an issue that really transcends differences. Because ultimately it is in everybody's interest that we have functional institutions to do what, as was said, states have set up and committed to do on paper. So I do invite any responses if any of them would like to join. So anyway, it's clear to me that we have institutions with dynamic people doing very good work, and that more is needed to support them. And I address that comment also to us at UNESCO. I know that there were more questions we couldn't answer, but I'm sure that the 3 panelists will be looking at those and taking stock of them. And sorry. And in the end, I do think that we are, to come back to my initial point, in the phase of moving from norms to the real underpinnings. And this is so important, because a norm by itself is the starting point. It's the floor, not the ceiling. And indeed, if we don't build the house properly to shelter it, those foundations get washed away fairly quickly. So we need to keep on really looking at this institutional infrastructure, because without that, I think we're not going to make the progress that we need to make in this space. So with that, thank you everyone for participating. I thank especially the 3 panelists. And I pass the floor back to Guilherme, our Chief of Section for Freedom of Expression and Safety of Journalists. Back to you, Guilherme.
Hello, thank you, Guy. This was a wonderful discussion. And I saw by the engagement in our different channels. Thank you and all the panelists for that. And I immediately invite Julie Posetti, who will be the moderator of our next session. Julie is very much involved with the next issue, that is discussing all of these from a gender perspective, not only with UNESCO, where Julie is carrying on interesting research. I'm sure she will underline that on that topic, but also outside of UNESCO in many other initiatives. So Julie, you have the leadership from now on. Thank you.
I have the leadership. This is very exciting. Thank you very much, and thank you for the honor of this invitation. So my name is Julie Posetti. I am Global Director of Research at the International Centre for Journalists, ICFJ. And as Guilherme said, I'm leading a global study into online violence against women journalists, which is in its final stages of investigation, and we hope to publish the full details of that study in a few months' time, but we have already produced some early research outputs, and I'll be speaking about those in just a moment. First, I just want to highlight some of the UN statements on the issue of safety of journalists, particularly as they relate to this interplay between online and offline violence and as they pertain to gender, which is the theme of this discussion in particular. So the UN General Assembly resolution from 2017 on the safety of journalists and the issue of impunity condemned, quote, unequivocally, the specific attacks on women journalists in the exercise of their work, including sexual and gender-based discrimination and violence, intimidation and harassment, online and offline. It also called upon member states to tackle sexual and gender-based discrimination, including violence and incitement to hatred against women journalists, both on and offline, as part of broader efforts to promote and protect the human rights of women and girls and eliminate gender inequality and tackle gender-based stereotypes in society. The UN has also affirmed that the rights that people have offline must apply online. And as stated in a 2017 report to the UN General Assembly from the Secretary General, women journalists are disproportionately and increasingly subjected to online threats of violence, including sexual violence, trolling, doxing, and being swatted. But as we've heard, action can sometimes be slow. And in 2021, journalists are still disproportionately and routinely facing gender-based violence in the workplace, in the field, online and offline. And increasingly, these threats merge and converge and overlap, as I said. What's triggered online can spill offline, and offline attacks can fuel online pile-ons. And we've seen this interplay manifest most brutally in the murder of the journalists Daphne Caruana Galizia in Malta and Gauri Lankesh in India. And there are other cases, of course, that we can relate to as well. So we'll look more closely at the escalating global threat of online violence against women journalists in a moment. But first, please let me introduce you to our panel for this session, which is titled A Spotlight on the Safety of Women Journalists and the Challenges of Investigating and Prosecuting Gender-Based Violence Faced by these Journalists. We're honoured today to have with us Keelan Gallagher QC, who is a human rights and media law barrister, who leads the international legal teams representing celebrated Filipino journalist Maria Ressa and the family of Daphne Caruana Galizia, along with scores of BBC World Service journalists. We also have Pedro Jose Vaca Villarreal, Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Expression at the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. And very importantly, we have two women journalists with us today. And I think this is the first time during this conference we've heard the voices of journalists directly. So I'm very pleased to be able to introduce Paulie van Wyk, who is an investigative journalist with Daily Maverick in South Africa, and Matilda Fazana, who's the current affairs editor at Ekator Media in Bangladesh. And apologies to anybody whose name I mangled with my Australian accent. But thank you so much to all of you for joining us. And for those of you in the audience, this is an increasingly important focus, as it should be, of discussions around journalism safety broadly. And I'd like to share the findings as I start from our research, those that we've published so far, but also some brand new data I have to share with you today about journalists' pursuit of legal remedy when they come under attack. I'm going to try and share my screen with you so that I can share a presentation. Just if somebody can indicate to me that that is working, that would be delightful. I hope people can see it. And my apologies. I'm going to present now. Yes, it's working, my colleagues tell me, which is great news. And I think I am actually in a position where I can, in fact, start the presentation. So yes, what I want to be able to do today is to share with you, as I said, some of the findings that we published in December from a global study of online violence against women journalists. The findings I'll present here are actually based on a survey of nearly 1,000 journalists worldwide. But as part of this study, we're also doing very detailed case studies on 15 countries around the world. And on top of that, we are interviewing, in fact, we've almost finalized interviews with over 100 journalists, legal people, including lawyers, judicial actors as well, civil society representatives, editors, and digital security experts. But as I say, mostly what I present here today will be based on the survey that we ran from September to November last year, and the early results from which we published in December. So this survey, it has a very diverse, it's not scientifically representative in the sense of being able to be declared as representative of an entire global population of journalists, but it is a very large and very diverse sample which was rigorously selected. Importantly, we have really great representation from the Global South, which is an area that unfortunately is too often overlooked in terms of research into the problem of journalism safety, but particularly gender-based journalism safety issues, and especially with reference to online attacks. It's also very racially and ethnically diverse, unsurprisingly, considering that we were targeting women journalists as respondents. 80% of our respondents are in fact women. Most of them, the vast majority, are aged between 25 and 50, and we have a good split between those working in digital and traditional media environments. We also have great representation from senior leadership, but the dominant group were news reporters and investigative journalists. And here's what we found, that out of the women journalists who responded to the survey, 73% said that they had experienced online violence in the course of their work. A number of studies have been done over the years, and we can't compare them directly, but this figure represents the highest number in any survey that's been done. And some have suggested this points to the increasing incidence of online violence against women journalists, or at least awareness of it and responses to it. So 49% of those had actually been targeted with hateful language. As you can see, unwanted private messages were also received by about half of those women. And we had really substantial incidents of sexual violence threats and physical violence threats. 18% also said they'd been subjected to surveillance. And at this point, I think it's useful to actually define what we mean by online violence. We're talking here not just about abuse, not just about harassment, but also about threats of physical and sexual violence and digital security threats. So threats which are directed at the journalist in the digital environment, which can, of course, affect not only them and their associates, but their sources and the quality and security of their journalism. On top of the statistics you see there, we also noted that 13% of our respondents had received threats of violence against people close to them. That included threats to their children, including threats to rape their female children. And in one example, one prominent woman journalist had threats made against her 15-year-old daughter, who was herself targeted in online violence attacks in the context of the attacks she was subjected to because of her journalism. Another important finding is 41% of respondents to the survey said they'd been targeted as part of attacks that appeared to be orchestrated disinformation campaigns. So we're seeing evidence of what was stated earlier, that is that journalists are targeted not just to chill their reporting, but also they're targeted with disinformation tactics as part of disinformation campaigns, and particularly women journalists who experience all manner of threats online, including deepfake videos where they are misrepresented with a view to increasing the risk they face offline, for example. So who did our respondents suggest were behind the threats that they experienced? Well, unsurprisingly, and not uncontroversially, unknown or anonymous attackers were identified in over half of the cases, but sources and contacts, significant numbers there. And for me, the most alarming, and this goes to what people have been saying during this conference about the need for state actors, for governments to, in fact, step up and respond to this crisis. substantial numbers of people identified, government officials, politicians, party officials, and party workers, for example, which has particular implications for what I described earlier, which is this pattern of sometimes external top-down threats being made in the physical realm, elevating and exacerbating online swarms against women journalists, which in turn have potentially very significant offline consequences. So let's have a look at the impacts of online violence on the journalists we surveyed according to their representation. Self-censorship is a huge problem, but so too is psychological injury. And I think it's very important to highlight the fact that although we're talking in most instances here about attacks that exist within the virtual world, none of this is actually virtual. This is very real. Psychological injury, mental illness, and the consequences of that are extremely physical in the ways they manifest. And they are indeed quite real. And this is a growing area of concern in journalism safety internationally. About a quarter had reported online violence against them to their employers. And then we see this problem of women retreating from online communication, increasing their invisibility at a time when we think it's so important to increase diversity in and through the media, particularly in reference to the sustainability of journalism in a contemporary world, for example. 4% had in fact quit their jobs in response to online violence, and 2% sadly left journalism altogether. Particularly relevant to this conference is the fact that 13% of our respondents had increased their physical security in response to online threats made against them. And I'll come in a moment to some new data we have about law enforcement and legal remedy with regard to these women's experience. This, however, is also a really alarming figure, notwithstanding what I said before about online violence being in its digital context extremely real, and the response needs to be extremely urgent. But this is another signifier for why that urgency is required. 20% of the women we surveyed indicated that they'd been attacked offline in connection with instances of online violence. So they said that they felt that these attacks had been seeded online. Some gave examples such as the use of hashtags, shorthand language in the physical encounters that they had, some of the language being used, and tropes being deployed, and so on. Another really important finding is the correlation between, as I said, the online violence attacks and disinformation. And you can see here, and apologies in advance for anyone offended by the language here, this is an aggregation of words. This represents, with the size of the word, the frequency of the occurrence of these particular terms of abuse and harassment that were directed against Maria Ressa, the celebrated journalist from the Philippines. And this is part of research we've got underway at the moment, where we are examining online attacks by analysing the language and the kinds of threats used against women journalists in instances where online violence is at a peak. And you can see there words like liar, fake news queen, queen of fake news, spreading lies. These dominant terms are worth highlighting because it goes to demonstrate the intent of these attacks to chill their freedom of expression of these journalists by accusing them of practicing disinformation, which is in and of itself, of course, an act of disinformation. And it correlates that 16% of our respondents said that reporting on disinformation was a particular trigger for these online attacks. They also highlighted, as you can see there, the dominant theme of gender, reporting on gender, which is not just about feminism or women's equality, but also on transgender rights, for example, that came out in our data as well. Politics and elections, human rights and social policy, immigrations, refugees and asylum seekers, and investigative journalism were also identified by our respondents as trigger themes in their reporting. So these stories tended to result in increased levels of online violence. Another important thing to note, and this data point actually comes from a parallel study that I'm running with Emily Bell and colleagues at the Tao Center for Digital Journalism at Columbia University, which is focused on journalism in the pandemic. And we surveyed over 2,500 journalists worldwide. One of our key findings was that there was a perception of significantly increased online violence during the period of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we broke that down to give a gender disaggregated figure here to highlight women's responses in that survey. And 16% of the women we surveyed in that study indicated that COVID-19 was a trigger in and of itself. Now, some of the journalists we've interviewed since this survey was done for the bigger UNESCO study have highlighted the fact that in reporting on disinformation connected to the pandemic and reporting on conspiracy theories that were exacerbating hesitation around vaccination had resulted in increased targeting as well, which is something to watch. The other important discussion that we have to have is about the role of the platforms. And that is a really vexed issue. I refer to something called platform capture to describe the situation we find ourselves in as women journalists, as journalists more generally in the 21st century, where there has been an invitation to codependency that has resulted in increased exposure to toxicity online for journalists working in these spaces. There are serious questions around regulation and freedom of expression that have to be debated, and there has to be a discussion about what legal remedies might be available if we consider these platforms as vectors for the online violence these women journalists are experiencing, which is how increasingly through research inquiry I'm starting to frame this. So we saw in our survey that most of the women were in fact heavy users of Facebook, followed by Twitter, very closely followed by Twitter, and then WhatsApp, then YouTube and Instagram. But those stats flip a bit when we go to what kind of reporting was done, with only about 40% reporting instances of abuse to Facebook, and you can see the other data there on the screen. 26% reported to Twitter, 16% to Instagram, 7% to YouTube, and 6% to WhatsApp. And it's worth noting that WhatsApp and Instagram are, of course, owned by Facebook. Also important to note is the rate at which women suggested the various platforms were very unsafe. Facebook was disproportionately represented there as the least safe of the platforms, according to our respondents, followed by Twitter, then WhatsApp, and so on. And the sense of safety compared to the rate at which journalists were reporting online violence is indicative of what we're identifying as a real reluctance or antipathy or fatigue with regard to the onus being on the women themselves to deal with this problem, and the failure of the platforms to respond in an effective and urgent manner to real threats. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, about a quarter of our respondents were reporting their experiences to their employers, and there are entrenched attitudes around the responsibility being the women's responsibility when it comes to managing the problem, along with real issues connected to the failure to supply or provide access to remedy and support in the context of this problem. I'm going to wind up now so that we can get to our discussion, but just to highlight some of the preliminary recommendations that we have made, and I'll come immediately to the one about laws and rights. So we recommend that states should ensure that laws and rights designed to protect women journalists offline are applied equally online. Also, that the platform should enable complaints from women journalists to be acted upon in a timely and effective manner. And just finally, I'd like to share with you some fresh data which has just been produced and that is that 11% of the women we surveyed who'd experienced online violence reported the incident to the police, or any incident to the police, that's just 11%, and only 8% said they'd taken some kind of legal action. So I'm going to leave that there and go back to our discussion with our guests who've been patiently waiting, but hopefully that provides us with some kind of context for this discussion. Pauli van Wyk from South Africa from Daily Maverick. I'm hoping that you can hear me. I can't see you on my view, but hopefully you can hear me. I'd like to ask you a question if I can now.
Yeah,
are you
sure.
there, Pauli? Yes, you are. Excellent. Hi, thanks again so much for doing this, Pauli, and especially as you're the first journalist to speak today. And I should start with recognising that it's never easy to speak about abuse or violence of any kind, whether it's been experienced online or offline. So sincere thanks to you for your bravery in doing this. But it is really important, I think, if we're asking lawyers, judges and other legal actors to hear firsthand about the impact of these kinds of experiences. So would you mind sharing with us, please, Pauli, what your experience of online violence has been? What different forms did it take? And what impacts has it had on you?
Yeah, sure. I completely agree with you. It's important for journalists to tell their story. So firstly, it is a fascinating investigation and that you just proposed to us. And I'm sorry to say that it feels as if you're telling my story in many ways. So in a nutshell, between 2018 and 2020, I wrote about two of the most popular politicians in South Africa benefiting from looting a local bank. Now, the entire bank was stolen into insolvency through a network of different people, the bank's managers, politicians, business people, auditors, all the people that should have kept the banks and its depositors safe. Now, I followed the money from the bank through fronts and I published the findings in a series. Now, from the first story about Julius Malema and Floyd Shivambu of the Economic Freedom Fighters in South Africa, which is the third largest political party, but they do punch above their weight in terms of on-the-ground popularity, although it do not translate in votes all the time. They do have a huge impact on South African politics, what we talk about, and how people are regarded in the country. Now, from the first story that I published about these two people and how they used fronts to funnel money towards them, and may I just remind people that VBS Mutual Bank is not a bank for the middle class people. It notifyingly banked very poor people, the poorest of the poor, often stokvels in South Africa, burial societies, and very small depositors. So it's also the egregiousness of the crime is such that the nature of it was stealing from the poorest of the poor to enrich yourself and then splurge on your parties, celebrations, and high worth luxury goods like Gucci and Louis Vuitton and Moe, and so the spending was quite egregious. The backlash was severe, especially online. The politicians, especially the two accused politicians, started by dog whistling their followers. Julius Malema called me Satan. Floyd Shivambu said I'm crazy, and that was the cue for the other politicians in the party to join in. And the problem was that some of the leaders in South African vernacular would say things like that translated into the witch is burning, So it also played into folklore and strange kind of beliefs. So their supporters immediately reacted. I got rape threats, violent threats. Some people said, you should be shot in the pussy. Sorry for the ugly words, but that was literally what you would get often and continuously for months and months. Every day you open your social media accounts, you would just find a flurry of new and fresh messages. You should be hanged and burned. And at the start, you think this cannot be real and this cannot be happening to me, and this is quite funny. But later, it's a strange feeling of how you, from being amused, it turns into a strange feeling of unworthiness. Even though your brain and your everything and the people around you tells you that this is not true, this is not how you are, don't care for it. Somehow it makes an impact. I don't understand the psychology, but I did feel it.
And that's
so,
so important, yeah, to understand that it's having this sort of pernicious effect on you in terms of your confidence to do your job. But also, Pauli, I mean, I don't want to make too much of this, but South Africa is a country with a very serious problem with rape.
Yes, exactly.
Women are particularly unsafe, and you've had those threats made against you. So I presume you were also quite concerned with your physical safety.
Absolutely. So there were also then threats to my movements and some of my sources. So I increased my security at home. And at one stage, for a few months on end, I moved to a different location every 2 weeks. So I must immediately say that my editor, which was a male editor, was incredibly supportive. He was quite amazing. It's nothing like the editors that you might have and the staff that you might have referred to in your study. He was completely supportive. He helped me a lot. He shielded me a lot from attacks, and he helped me to move around the country as well, and offered bodyguards and so on. So he was incredibly supportive, and without my editor, I can tell you now that I probably would not have been a journalist anymore. I may have been that 2% that would have left journalism. So
sorry, go on, Pauli.
So it was a strange time where the linkage that you speak of, where it's an online threat that can escalate so quickly to your physical environment, was quite evident as well. Because then I would be in press conferences, and these leaders would attack me on television, live television, on radio, at their own press conferences where there's a lot of their own people, and you would often they would host those press conferences in their own buildings, in a space of town where there's a lot of their supporters. So you would also be very careful and hesitant. Would you go, or would it not be safe? And at one stage, my editor just decided I shouldn't go anymore because it wasn't safe. So the impact that you're speaking of, I think, and it's one has to also, and maybe judges and educators and prosecutors need to remember or to know what it is that a journalist is taught from the moment you step foot into your newsroom, is that you need to listen to the feedback of your audience, that your audience are important, and that you tailor to that. You realize that this is the people that you write for. But now suddenly I realized that there was a host of bots suddenly attacking me, and I couldn't. But before I realized that, it had a severe impact on me. So before I realized that that this is not normal, that this is an attack, and coordinated attack at that. You don't realize immediately, because we didn't at the time also have the benefit of your study. We didn't realize that this is happening worldwide. You were consumed with your own attack, and suddenly this was one of the most hectic and most voluminous attacks in our history, in South African history. So no one really knew how to handle this and how to work with it. So
can I just stop you there, Pauli, because we'll move back and forward in the discussion, but I do want to get a sense from you now, before I move on to the other speakers, about what you did in terms of the serious end of the risk here when you did your risk assessment. Did you go to the police? Ultimately, I know you were involved in legal action that was taken by the South African National Editors Forum on behalf of a range of journalists. Can you just talk us through what happened there? What faith did you have in the authorities to prosecute this, and what was the ultimate outcome?
No, there's no faith. You know, our entire legal system is not set up to be able to understand, investigate, and then prosecute some online violence. We don't have that precedent set in South Africa where you take social media threats and make a prosecutable case out of it. So I focused on my personal safety, moved around a lot, as I said, but there's no even, you know, if you go to a police station, that you can't even say that something has been done to you. You can just say you were attacked online. You know, there's nothing that you can, there's no statute or legal framework that you can say under this and this act, I've been wronged. You know, it just doesn't exist.
It does, you know, there's various places around the world, and we'll get into this in a moment, where attempts have been made to use existing laws, but this is one of the gaps that we certainly are seeing in our study. And ultimately, you took part in this joint action that was brought by SANEF before the South African Equality Court, if I remember correctly. It did not succeed, did it? Do you have any reflections on that before we go into a discussion about what might be more positive opportunities for legal intervention?
Yeah, so the judge found that the Equality Court was not a good fit for the case. And maybe it wasn't. In hindsight, you know, you realize you need specialist lawyers, advocates who have a passion for journalism and who understand the finer nuances that you mentioned. And that there's a psychological effect. Maybe psychologists need to do a proper analysis on what's happening to journalists, and add that to certain court cases. And then that link that you spoke of between what can happen to an online thread when it's published and how it can get people to act on it. Maybe former President Donald Trump is the perfect example here, where he dog whistled for days and maybe weeks, and subsequent storming of Capitol Hill. So he seems to argue that he's not guilty for a variety of reasons, but we need to develop the law and the arguments so as to start attempting to link the words, the dog whistling of influential people, to a particular fallout. So that might be one of the most important parts that we need to develop.
Indeed, and perhaps also to understand that in your case there were many bots involved, and you determined that through investigative journalism processes in part, but there are also often humans mixed up in this, paid actors, and those who can, in fact, not just incite offline attacks, but who could be perpetrators as well, of course. I'm going to come back to you shortly, Pauli, but Mithila Fazana in Bangladesh, can you hear me? Are you there with us?
Yes, I
Mithila?
can hear you. Yes, I can hear you. I hope that you can hear me.
I can definitely hear you. I can't yet see you. So if our colleagues on the technical side could help us with that, that would be great. There you are.
Is it okay?
We can now see you. Thank you so much. And I just want to extend my thanks to you, as I said, with Pauli. I know this is not easy, but this is really important to allow women journalists to tell their stories in the context of discussions about how to deal with the problem of online violence. So could you talk to us, please, about what you endured in the context of Bangladesh, which of course was not necessarily restricted to attackers who were based in Bangladesh?
Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk about this and giving this platform to talk about this, because we really have very few platforms where we can really share our experiences. I don't know what should be the beginning point, because I think I have to say a few words about what I do every day. I'm a presenter. Basically, I'm a presenter in a television, and it's a leading television, I would rather say. And I conduct a show every night, which is a press review show. And this show is viewed by a large audience, and many people talk about this, and it does have an impact. So, and this TV, I would like to mention that this TV has a very strong political stand on their editorial guidelines, and they do have some strong observations about the secularism, about neutrality, about the political parties of this country. So this is very natural that all these views are being somehow projected through my programs and my shows. And the problem started in 2014, 14-15, when there was a movement in Bangladesh, which was a movement in favor of the judgment of the war criminals. And we had a very strong stand in this issue back in 2014 and 15. Then suddenly we have discovered that we are being threatened. We are being threatened. I cannot actually describe the whole scenario. I had to decide that whether I'm having any driver or not. I had to decide that whether I'm going to my campus or not. I was taking classes in universities, so I had to decide that whether I'm going to have my classes or not. I had to decide whether I have to be accompanied by someone every time or not, because I don't know. I cannot explain you the scenario. There was bombs. There was death threats. There was rape threats. There were threats for abducting my children. There were threats for, I don't know, I cannot mention all the threats I have received. And at that time, I was accompanied by someone, always I was accompanied by someone. And my office, they had to have gunmen, and they were actually, I had to have a police officer as my program it finishes at 1:30 a.m. At night. So I was escorted by a gunman every night. And I requested the police to follow me. A police car used to follow me every night, just behind my car. That was the scenario of 2014 and 2015. Then the whole thing, yes, you want to add something?
I just wanted to confirm. So these were threats, these bomb threats and death threats and rape threats that you were receiving. These were coming online to you through social media or email or some other way?
Every sector, every sector, through Facebook, through my official page, through my page of my television, through every messages, phone numbers, from every sector. And this was in 2014 and 15. And it became a little bit quieter during 2016, 17, and 18. These 3 years were fine. And in 2019 and 20, I don't know, it again aggravated, and a huge orchestrated campaign was against me. And in 2020, last year, it was horrible. It was horrendous, and and video clips after video clips every night. Some people were there who are actually staying in USA, in Canada, and everywhere, in anywhere out of this country. And every night they used to produce a video clip talking about me, talking about my character, talking about how what they have seen, talking about that how many men are after me, and I am after how many men, and all this bullshit. Sorry for the words. And in 2020 there was something like this when my program was going on. Some people are saying that who are there who wants to join me in a party where we would rape her. And some people would start and come. So my dog is not even happy to do that. So goodness. If you allow me to share the screen, if you search my name in YouTube, yes, if you just write my name in YouTube, this is the first thing you can see. This is saying she's Gnostic. Gnostic means that she's an atheist, and she's saying something very bad about the mosque. And then this is my family with my 2 kids and my husband, and they're talking about my family and know about her and know about her children. This is my son, this is my family, and again they're talking about my family. This is again my family, and loads and loads about, and you can find that this is how many findings I can have. I don't know.
This is also very familiar in reference to other cases we've been looking at closely, including Ghada Ousses from Al Jazeera, for example, where video campaigns against her, including deepfakes and the flooding of the zone to dominate Google search results, for example, with disinformation has occurred. So thank you so much for providing that evidence of your lived experience of online violence. And, as shocking as it is, I actually don't think there is a need to apologise for using language in the context of some of these attacks. In fact, I would argue that it's important that people understand the impacts, but also the kinds of language being used against women journalists online is important to understand too. I'm going to come back to you in a moment, but thank you again, Nitila, for that intervention. Keelan Gallagher, QC, I'd like to come to you next. You represent a range of women journalists who faced violence in the course of their work, both on and offline. That includes Maria Ressa, the celebrated Filipino-American journalist, and Daphne Caruana Galizia, who I mentioned earlier, who was murdered in Malta, along with a large number of BBC World Service women journalists who are being targeted in coordinated campaigns. Now, misogyny does appear to be an exacerbating factor in their cases. Can you just describe for us how gender has been weaponized by the attackers of these women?
Of course. Thank you so much, Julie. And I'm very conscious that I'm speaking as a lawyer after we've heard such powerful direct testimonies from 2 women who've experienced this at first hand. So I'm privileged enough to be the advocate for some other women who experienced this also, but I'm very conscious of my role and how limited my experience is relative to those who've been in the front line themselves. So of course we know from superb work, Julie, done by you and colleagues and by others, that online abuse of and threats to female journalists are not new phenomenon, and they're not phenomena which occur only in particular parts of the world. They're obviously global. And surveys and academic research over the past decade have consistently shown that women, regardless of where they're working, face more abuse than their male counterparts, regardless of the area they work in, the type of journalism they do, where in the world they are based. And the cases which I act in, and which I'm going to refer to now, are particularly extreme examples of that general trend, but we've got to place it in the context of it being a general, global, and also long-standing trend. We've had academic and other research over the past decade highlighting this as a problem, which is why I think this links so much to the earlier panels where people were talking, particularly my colleague, Baroness Helena Kennedy, QC, and indeed Irene Khan, when speaking about the failure of states to take action. This has been a long-standing problem which has not yet been tackled. And the powerful phrase, Julie, which you've used in your work is, there's a new front line in journalism safety. It's where female journalists sit at the epicenter of risk. And I very much agree with that. So can I highlight 3 particular features that I see in terms of the weaponization of gender in cases just at the outset before we turn in more detail to some of the discussion about potential solutions? So please first, yeah. I'm not at all surprised to see, Julie, the figure that you had when you opened this session, the low rate of reporting to the police, 11% in your survey. And in my experience, there are a number of reasons for this, which differ depending on the jurisdiction, the part of the world. So first of all, the low rate of reporting for many journalists, in my experience, is because the state itself is complicit in the abuse in one form or another. And if you're in a state with concerns about rule of law compliance, why would you go to the police? If you're a journalist being persecuted, as my client Maria Ressa is, in the form of spurious lawsuits, a barrage of lawsuits attempting to quiet and still your journalism, where the state is one of your persecutors, why would you go to the authorities? When you're in an environment where the president has called journalists prostitutes and has given an express threat about journalists not being exempt from assassination. There's particular barriers to access to justice there. And indeed, in Egypt, raising concerns about misogynistic abuse in itself can result in prosecution. And that happened to Amal Fathi, one of my clients, who in fact went public in a Me Too video about state agents harassing her in a sexualized, sexist, misogynistic way. And she was prosecuted under terrorism laws for posting that Me Too video. There's also the concern on the part of many of my clients that going to the police will result in leaks. So it may be counterproductive and may in fact increase risk. And that's a particular concern when you're dealing with investigative journalists, many of whom may be dealing with highly sensitive material relating to the authorities. So, for example, we all know outside the context of journalism about women in particular who are victims of sexual assault or sexual violence in other ways, who are concerned, for example, about the police and the authorities having access to their devices. And when you combine that with the fact that your device may well have your livelihood on it, deeply sensitive material relating to your sources, relating to work which concerns the police themselves, there's a particular barrier there. And also, unfortunately, and this is a global phenomenon, I often see that the authorities have previously responded poorly. And the result of that, of course, is that women are far less likely to come forward. If you've had a poor response before, why would you put yourself through it again? And then finally on this, I just want to say the nature of the abuse is intimate. It appears in your inbox, often in the middle of the night. And many of the clients I deal with, their first instinct is to block it, to delete it, to get rid of it. If you have a rape threat and you're a woman living alone, and you receive it at 2 a.m, it's very difficult to think, I now need to keep an evidence trail, screen grab it, and prepare myself to go to the authorities. And I also have to say, freelancers in particular who don't have strong support networks, I suspect will have a much lower rate than 11% of going to the authorities. Second key feature I just want to outline, Julie, of 3 at the start, is the interaction between online and offline threats and the enabling environment. And that's very important. Now, you've mentioned 2 of my clients, Maria Ressa. I co-lead the team for Maria Ressa internationally with my colleague, Amal Clooney. And there, many of you will know that Maria was in a position where the President Duterte, helped to amplify online attacks against her that at one point reached a rate of 90 hate messages per hour. And a very similar feature I see when I look at the papers relating to Daphne Caruana Galizia. And that is a case in which, of course, I've never met Daphne or worked directly with Daphne. I act for her bereaved family. And that is a Council of Europe, European Union state where she was assassinated in that way. And much of the language which we often see about her case suggests it was a bolt from the blue in some way, which does a total disservice and does not reflect the position, because it wasn't shocking. It followed 3 decades of harassment and abuse, much of which was very similar to what Pauli and Mathila have described earlier. Various attempts to silence her by the state and by private individuals. And 10 days before her assassination, she spoke to the Council of Europe about her life and what it had become. And this ties in very much with what Pauli said earlier. As she said in that interview, she compared her life to Arthur Miller's play, The Crucible, about the persecution of women as witches in the 17th century. You watch it and you think, Madonna, this is like Malta, but with different clothes. And that use of the language of witches is something which I see a lot. And indeed, there's one horrific image which has a picture of Daphne and a picture of a very brave journalist in Malta now, Caroline Muscat, saying 1 witch down, 1 to go. So that language that Pauli's describing, unfortunately, is very common. And the link there is, regardless of who's sending those messages, the state in Malta, the state in the Philippines is part of the enabling environment, which results in the 57% in your survey, Julie, earlier, who are anonymous. Even if they are individuals not directly connected to the state, many of the time they are simply sending those messages because the state has sent a message that this person is fair game. That's what the state has done about Maria. It's what the state has done about Daphne. And it's what the state has done about many other women you've heard from. And final point just is on the nature of the abuse. And I know you may want a bit more detail about this in the discussion. Can I just mention 2 points? Firstly, I often see dehumanizing language and dehumanizing images. I mentioned the reference to witches there, picking up on what Pauli said in her very powerful opening. Maria Ressa has also been subject to the circulation of images which play on her eczema. So she's got some eczema, the images are distorted to make her skin look more damaged than it is. And she's referred to as scrotum face in horrific images. And there's also images of Daphne in that way, describing her essentially as a monster. So you start to think of this as not being a person and you lose empathy. And then the other thing to flag in terms of the nature of the abuse is in relation to BBC Persian. And BBC Persian, I act for the staff of the BBC Persian service, who are in the main based in Europe, although they're based around the world, but most of them are based in Europe. In fact, most of them are based in the UK. But they receive abuse online, the majority of which emanates from Iran. And it's part of a targeted campaign by the state of Iran against BBC Persian as a service. And can I give you a few examples of the nature of that abuse before I close my opening remarks? So first one is the routine systemic spreading of fake stories to undermine credibility. And this fits very much with what Mathila was saying earlier about the reference to her as an atheist in those pictures. So one female presenter was portrayed as a lesbian, which is a crime in Iran, on a primetime current affairs program in Iran. And that is a routine kind of trope which is used to try to discredit Iranian female presenters. Another one, for a period of a year, was subjected to a weblog which published a series of fake stories about her, including that she'd been raped by a male presenter colleague. There was a photo blog with doctored pictures which showed her holding an illegitimate child. And later her father in Iran was brought in for interrogation by the authorities, was told she'd given birth to a child and hidden it from him because of shame, because she was embarrassed at having been raped by a colleague. And one final one, which is particularly chilling and shows that link between online and offline abuse and attacks and risks, Julie, that you were speaking about. A presenter based in London was photoshopped into a pornographic image, a grotesque image, which was sent in hard copy to her 14-year-old son in London. And that was particularly threatening because it demonstrated that they knew where he was at school. But it came at the same time that there was a spike in online attacks and online material which she was receiving on Instagram and so on. So that's a quick canter through the nature of some of the threats that I see.
Which is chilling and horrific when accumulated like that, and very much fits with our research. There's so much to get through, but we're already quickly running out of time. So I'm going to move now to Pedro Jose Vaca Villarreal. And Pedro, I'm so sorry for mispronouncing your name. I'm sure that I just have. But can I get you, please, to come in here with any kind of insights you can offer that perhaps fill in the picture that we've heard pretty powerfully presented so far of the attacks against women journalists online and offline from your perspective in Central and South America?
Hi, Julie, can you hear me?
I can, and I can see you as well.
Okay. No, I just wanted to say hi, and also to share, I'm going to share my thoughts in Spanish, and so just for inviting the attendees if they want to switch the interpretation.
And you can switch your interpretation to whatever language you use. Yes.
Okay.
You should be hearing English interpretation there. So let me start by thanking you, thanking UNESCO and all those who've taken part in this event. For my body, it's very important that this debate takes place. And it's very important for us to get all the points of view. Let me just say that there are 6 things here, key issues based on our experience in the Americas when it comes to the obligation to eliminate gender violence against women journalists. Going back to Julie's presentation, I thought that was a very interesting survey, and I think we can agree that the scale of this phenomenon of violence against female journalists is enormous and goes far beyond what has been done to combat it. And we on our side have done similar things and come to the same conclusion. The second thing I want to say comes back to the last statement. International standards seem to base themselves on a starting point which is not clear across all countries. There are states where there isn't rule of law, or there's an erosion of the rule of law, or there is no separation of powers. Talking about justice is very difficult when you're referring to aggressions against women journalists. That can be a very dangerous step because it's the state that is going to take action to prevent aggression. Now, back in October, I joined this body, and before that, I was practicing as a lawyer in such cases of violence and sexual violence. And this is where I get my key recommendations from when it comes to this relationship between this aspiration for justice and cases of violence against women journalists. The first thing I want to do is say that we have to give credibility to the victim and her account. There are so many cases where there have been women journalists that have been victims of these cases. And the starting point for the authorities is not to believe the narrative. And then we find that carrying on through the judiciary process. A second key recommendation is investigation should be run against the perpetrators, not the victim. There are so many cases, unfortunately, where it would appear that the investigation targets decredibilizing the victim. Why was she out at that time? Where was she going? Rather than investigating the perpetrator of the violent act. Thirdly, a key issue is properly assessing the work of judiciary or judicial actors. They too should be properly assessed and reviewed. There was a case that I know over 10 years ago. The pace of the investigation was really inadequate. And the big question is, why did it take 10 years for the authorities to start reviewing the investigation process? The fourth key recommendation for me was as we make demands on the judiciary systems investigating violence against women journalists, we also need to demand resources, technical human resources, means of investigation, because in our region here in the Americas, there's no guarantee they'll be available. Fifthly, and here I think it has to be recognized that UNESCO has made considerable progress, let's say, supporting judiciary actors to move towards international standards when it comes to freedom of expression and fighting the problem of impunity in such cases. But I do want to come back to what was said earlier in the panel. We do need resources, but it's not just about capacity building. We have to be able to tick off that box, okay, but there is also a question of behavior and attitudes that we want our politicians and authorities to have. Public leaders have to make it quite clear in public that they support these goals, because otherwise you get the impression that the violence works in their interest or they're permissive towards it. And that's a big problem. We mustn't have anything that encourages or tolerates violence against women journalists. Sometimes a judge or a prosecutor, public prosecutor, won't feel necessary support to take the appropriate action. And last but not least is an analysis. When it comes to international work, international organizations, civil society, it's very important to recognize what they're doing. Let me say one thing that I share with what Julie said. It's very important that we have this kind of forum to exchange these ideas. We are finding that there are women journalists who are willing to come forward and denounce the violence against them and their peers. So there's been a law of silence and a matter that we have to break. It's very important to get these actions going to combat violence against women journalists. There are various cases in our region where denouncing violence against women and women journalists has led to criminal acts against those people. And I think you're also asking if we've made progress here. In Latin America, there are a number of flagship cases. There's been a huge effort made by journalist associations and those defending freedom of expression to highlight these cases of violence against women journalists. And I can tell you that judiciary authorities are getting ready for this, and they are moving quickly and effectively against impunity against women journalists, but not sufficiently. And I think that big push has to come from civil society, and we have to work together between those defending freedom of expression and the judicial authorities. And I think UNESCO is doing good work in that sense. And I have to say that in the Americas, an international court, Inter-American court, will soon be handing down a ruling concerning a case against a woman journalist. It was a case that was run last autumn, but I know that in the next few weeks we're going to hear about the ruling, and I think I certainly hope that will be good news, and we should follow that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Pedro. Can I just remind people who are participating in this particular panel discussion to use the hashtag journalists2 as in me too. That hashtag is being used to have a public conversation. As Pedro says, we need to make sure that this is no longer an issue that is treated with silence. So use that hashtag, please. We are going to run a little over time to try and accommodate some of the interventions that others want to make. And Pedro gave us a great cue there to the role of civil society. And I know Article 19 has a representative at this conference, and they have produced some really concrete advice around what legal actors could do, what states could do to ensure the enforcement of existing laws and perhaps the adaptation of other laws with reference to digital contexts. Do we have an Article 19 speaker ready to take the floor? You can have 2 minutes maximum, please, if you are there.
Thank you very much, Julie. I am here.
Hi, Paulina. Do you want to introduce yourself first?
Yes, of course. So thank you. I am Paulina Gutierrez. I am a lawyer at the Law and Policy Program in Article 19. Thank you very much for this space. I will be very brief because, as Julie said, we had been conducting a research and trying to unpack what these obligations on effective investigation, but also on access to justice means for women journalists. So last November, we published a series of 3 policy briefings covering the issue of what does this mean in the context of the use of technology, but also what an effective investigation means for women. And whenever we see these recommendations on states should adopt gender responsive approaches. So what this entails and how this should look in practice. So I will just try to raise 3 very concrete points. The policies are available online. But I think that 3 very important points is, first of all, that whenever we talk about the challenges of reporting, so we need to think, how do we encourage reporting? Because this is how we will activate the mechanisms of law enforcement. But also, it's very important to think what access to justice means for women. And here is when we come with a very important question of whenever we think about the problems and the rights involved in the safety of journalists, we tend to overlook the importance of the rights of non-discrimination and equality. And in these policy briefings, this is what we are trying to put at the center as well, is the women's rights to non-discrimination and equality, and how the trainings and the policy measures and all the different regulatory approaches should include this specific angle into every policy and regulatory response. And this, of course, includes the role of law enforcement. And so whenever we go into these different layers of what this means for the law enforcement activities, we need also to think how these women journalists that are the ones exposing societal norms, that are exposing the wrongdoing, and how they are living in a different way the risks and the threats they are facing. And we have found very important, and I think this is a question for us all to answer. So what do we talk about when it's a severity threshold to pursue an investigation? So why is it that some law enforcement authorities are disregarding the severity of some of these attacks? And I think that states have failed also to explain and to demonstrate why this is not sufficiently severe to pursue an investigation. I think we already have a very strong human rights framework that we can use to address these issues, but it's also very important for women to understand that whenever they go to report an attack, that authorities know that there are already existing obstacles and barriers of access to justice of women. And this is also important to understand what justice means for women's rights. So I wanted to be very briefly with these points because we have very specific recommendations in these policy briefings. But for us, a very, very important thing to include is, as I said, the non-discrimination and equality perspective. And also, whenever authorities are trying to design the policies, they also overlook the participation and expertise of media outlets and of women journalists experiencing these attacks. So they should also be effectively included in this response
processes. Thank you so much, Paulina. Very useful and as I say, practical guides that are definitely worth people delving into. Also, we have shared in the chat the research that I presented at the beginning of this session published by UNESCO and ICFJ, which is available in multiple languages with others to come. So check out the links there. I'm going to very quickly come back to each of the panelists, each of the main panelists now, to try to get you to summarize in no more than 30 seconds, please, because we are out of time. What concretely would you like to see happen as a result of what we've discussed today to either encourage more women to come forward and to pursue justice where it does exist, where the rule of law is in place, or reforms within the law enforcement and judicial context? And can I start with you, Pauli? Are you still there with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you. I think the one cannot be divorced from the other. Journalists need to speak out. It was quite interesting to hear the stories of all the other journalists around the globe, and it makes you feel stronger, and you realize that you are off really not the worst at the moment. And then I think a deeper understanding and a bigger awareness of the nuances is lacking in our judicial system worldwide, and especially in South Africa as well. So it's a two-pronged problem.
Okay, thanks again, Pauli. Mattila, are you there? Do you have a final comment, an encouragement for areas that you would like to see acted on?
I hope you can hear me. I would like to mention two things since I think I would not get any chance. The first thing is legal systems are not very adequate to challenge this problem. To found that many of the attackers leave out of the country, so they cannot do anything about it. And one thing we could have done in this situation, that we could file a case on a particular act, which is called Digital Security Act. But we, the journalists, we actually condemned this act when it was being taken by the government, because we think that this act hinders the freedom of expression. So it was really a challenge that we didn't want to case a file, because we had to file this case under this act, which is called Digital Security Act, and we couldn't file a case. And when we reported it to Facebook, they said, or to YouTube, they said that we cannot take it down unless and until it is there is a case, or we cannot take it down unless it is being reported in a big number. So we couldn't take any action. The second thing I would like to mention, that when the female journalists, not only me, two to three of us were simultaneously attacked. We were attacked in this horrendous way. No editor of this country, I want to mention and I repeat that no editor of this country, no prominent editor of this country spoke a word in favor of us. Mostly male, and no male editors wrote a word or spoke a word in favor of that these women journalists are being attacked and they are being harassed, and this is not right. So I think we have to talk a lot about it, and we have to share our experiences, and that is the only way by which we can create some kind of awareness, and judiciary system or acts can be passed in favor of us.
Thank you so much. And structural sexism, structural discrimination are, of course, central to this challenge internationally, but particularly in certain contexts. Thank you again. Keelan Gallagher, and then to you, Pedro Villarreal, for your concluding remarks, please. 30 seconds maximum. Perhaps, if you can focus on potential solutions that might be concrete, that would be excellent.
I can't put my video on. It's been disabled, Julie, but hopefully you can hear me. There we go.
And I can see you now as well.
Sure. So just to race through, obviously I agree with what Paulina said, and of course states should read the Article 19 materials, and also Dubravka Simonovic, her thematic report from 2020, which is very powerful, and the Inter-American Commission report from 2018. But three practical things. First of all, and I'm focusing on the international level rather than individual states. First of all, the Media Freedom Coalition needs to practice what it preaches. You cannot have a situation where the Media Freedom Coalition makes a statement, as it did in November 2020, condemning attacks on journalists, highlighting the particular risks to female journalists, and you then months later have a situation where a number of those states take actions themselves which threaten female journalists online. I'm thinking in particular of the Nadine White example, female journalist in the UK, who was singled out for online targeting by the UK's own Minister for Equalities. And that makes a mockery of the Media Freedom Coalition. Fine words, butter, no parsnips, if I can put it that way. And the Media Freedom Coalition needs to follow through. Second example is Media Freedom Coalition and other states being willing to speak truth to power and to speak to their close contacts. What I often see in my cases is that states are very reluctant to speak out to other states when they have a close trading relationship. I cannot tell you how difficult it was to get Council of Europe states to speak out to Malta in relation to Daphne's case. They had to be shamed into doing it, whereas they find it much easier to speak about freedom of expression as a matter far away in other states where they don't have much leverage. And final 2 points, the platforms themselves need to be much more responsive to complaints. I find there's particular problems when women are experiencing patterns of harassment, and that does not get picked up. There's many, many examples of it taking weeks, months, and sometimes not being dealt with at all when people are receiving rape threats. And finally, UN special procedures. The UN special procedures have to be properly resourced if we want to have an effective international system. You cannot have reliance on people who are working on a voluntary basis, working on shoestring budgets without proper resourcing. Again, it just undermines the ability to have real protection in practice rather than norms on paper which don't get enforced.
Okay, thanks very much, Keelan. Pedro, to you, and I'll note that it's probably useful to highlight that Maria Ressa has in fact suggested culpability and complicity on behalf of the platforms and raised questions around potential legal action in that regard. Broadly speaking, what can be done? Pedro.
Okay, now very brief. I think that justice is the link of the chain that can stop the spread and repetition of violence against female journalists. And for that, I think it's very important to monitor the situation, to be aware of international cases where the violence against journalists and female journalists is discussed, to build capacity, to train, and to encourage judicial operators and public servants to behave following international standards of human rights to stop the violence against female journalists. Was that 30 seconds?
You did better than 30 seconds. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you to those people who've stayed longer. We have concluding remarks coming. Thank you especially to the interpreters who are staying longer so that we can have this discussion. I think it certainly was very important to allow, in particular, the female journalists being targeted to be heard, and we've done that. And just before I finish, we'd like to play for you a video which has been made drawing on some of the research that we're doing in partnership with ICFJ that UNESCO has produced with partners about the scourge of online violence. Have a look at this.
Ready, on intent. Investigation into these corrupt networks led us right into the heart of the administration.
About digging into the Bonambi social circle and Philippines and all of that.
Yeah, keep working on that, won't you? How's it going with your source?
I'm not going to stop pushing. The truth is going to come out. I'm reporting it again. I just wish these platforms would take this seriously.
My favorite is Thai. What's yours?
No, I can't do a favorite, guys.
Oh, you can't do favorites?
No. It's always like a different case, basically.
So, how are you doing? This needs to stop. You need to go to the police.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Julie, for this amazing panel. Very, very compelling stories, but also, I guess, some interesting proposals for moving forward with this agenda. Even interesting things coming on, like the case of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights regarding Jeanette Bedoya, which we do think can shed some jurisprudence here on this very important and complex issue that we have just discussed. So now it's time for concluding remarks. I wouldn't pretend in 5 minutes to do a huge summary of all we got in these amazing 4 hours. I can only say that I've learned so much from every speaker, question that was asked, the videos that were shown, the amazing moderation by Julie and Guy. So thank you so much for that. I think we have gone through important keywords: cooperation, sustainability, capacity building, training, but also important criticism to several stakeholders, including UNESCO, how we can improve what we are doing. We also showed good practices that are working out there, cases in the national sphere, in the international sphere, examples of multinational cooperation, like is the high-level panel on freedom of expression. But we also have witnessed in this very last panel how grave the situation still is, particularly for women journalists when we are talking about online attacks, etc. And as Pedro said at the very end, the central role that the justice system should play here. So this is not an end in itself. An event like that is really a part of a process to keep those discussions going. But it's not only about discussing, it's about improving what we have been already doing here in terms of research, in terms of capacity building strategies, in terms of policy documents, in terms of the international jurisprudence with the partnerships with all the courts that participated here in this discussion or in others or in the legal forum that we mentioned in the very beginning. So we do hope that what we had here today is another element for knowledge, for this knowledge sharing, for keep improving what we have and for keeping facing these huge challenges and these strong obstacles that everyone who spoke today have underlined. To finalize, a big thanks to a few key institutions and people to make this possible. The group of friends of Safety Journalists, Ambassador Claudia and her team, thank you so much, but also to the specific contributions by Austria, Canada, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, without which this was not possible, to make this available in a multilingual way. So thank you so much also for the interpreters who helped us in communicating in those different languages, for the technicians who were fundamental to make this possible, to the moderators here, Julie, Guy, thank you so much, but also for the UNESCO moderators in the YouTube channel, in the Zoom, etc., that was helping all the time in showing the different, sharing with you the different links, the different information, collecting the questions, the incredible UNESCO team behind this, several people that were particularly fundamental for making this conference happen. I would really send a huge thank you for all these people that collaborated, my staff in the area of the Judges Initiative, in the area of safety of women journalists. Thank you so much. And obviously a huge thanks for all the people that stayed with us, either part of this, but many of them in the entire 4 hours. We still have almost 300 people connected, which shows the relevance of this, which shows the interest and shows that we want to be engaged in this amazing challenge, crucial challenge of protecting freedom of expression, protecting press freedom, protecting the safety of men and women journalists all over the world. Thank you so much, and we hope to be connected, to keep engaged. We will have many different activities for the forthcoming International Women's Day, and also later on in this semester for the World Press Freedom Day. It will be a pleasure to be connected to all of you. Thank you so much. Stay safe.
Recording stopped.